in the redirection and changing our strategic approach in showing that we care, we listen, and we understand the direction that we're going in. And we are already seeing the fruits of that reallocations of funding in expanding our CCTVs, and obviously can be defended based on the stats that were shared here earlier. Moving on to my other ministry. Mr. Speaker, health and wellness, it is no different from my other ministry. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, as we aim to deliver the best in healthcare. Similar to the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is employing a data-driven approach to policy making as we can truly meet the needs of our Caymanian people. Mr. Speaker, I have been forthcoming not only in this honourable Parliament, but at every opportunity about the data gaps that we have in our country, especially as it relates to health. Data-driven, Mr. Speaker, is the health version of intelligence-led in home affairs. As our work is guided by the strategic policy statement, Mr. Speaker, I will endeavour to connect the dots between our work in health and wellness and the government's strategic broad outcomes. Broad outcome 1, improving the quality of life for Caymanians and residents, underlines all the work that we do in health and wellness. For decades, Mr. Speaker, we have not only seen but felt the damage with non-communicable diseases. This have weakened and have wreaked havoc on families, our neighborhoods, and this very nation. This is why we launched, Mr. Speaker, the STEPS 2023 National Health Survey earlier this year, and why my team fought so hard to ensure that we had collected sufficient data to ensure that we had nationally representative numbers. At the end of this endeavor, we succeeded. My thanks again to all who participated in making this possible. This data will be utilized to inform not only policy decision, but also public health programming. The STEPS results will provide insights into the groups within our population currently most impacted by non-communicable diseases, allowing us to tailor healthcare interventions to meet their needs. It will also assist us in understanding the current barriers to healthcare, particularly preventative care, and how those barriers can be mitigated. Mr. Speaker, although we have not just started to scratch the surface of the rich data set collected by the STEPS survey, certain key findings are already apparent. Mr. Speaker, less than 30% of our population has a healthy weight. And we know from the school health data that the problem of obesity in our society is arising often at an early age. Preliminary results indicate that the prevalence of obesity, being overweight, remains high since the last STEPS survey of 2012. Although obesity carries many risks, the most insidious is diabetes. This situation on our islands is such that few are the Caymanian families that will not be impacted directly by family members who suffer from diabetes. Or put it another way, it is far more likely that a Caymanian family will have someone who suffers from diabetes than not. Mr. Speaker, the STEPS data also tells us that significant numbers of people who are suffering from diabetes do not know it. And more still, whilst knowing they have diabetes, are receiving no treatment of care. Knowing our numbers will mean acting on them via planning and development of policies and programs that meets the needs of our people. And in 2024, we can anticipate a full report that will provide further analysis of the data as it relates to diabetes, obesity, tobacco use, alcohol use, diet, physical activity, history of raised blood pressure, raised cholesterol, cardiovascular disease, and better engagement with preventative health care. And that is why we will see with the upcoming budget, Mr. Speaker, that we envision and we expect to see the more utilization of our district clinics, because more funding is proposed to be directed in these areas. Therefore, optimizing our district public health centers should be far more accessible. Mr. Speaker, STEPS 2023 also offers us the possibility to calculate future projections of the healthcare burden that non-communicable diseases will create in years to come by using the prevalence of risk factors in the current population. This data will serve us for years to come and will allow us to take meaningful action that will change lives. Our efforts to become more data-driven will improve our overall public health offerings, as it allows us to not only understand what is happening now, but also to project where our people's health needs will be in the future in light of their current health status. This means being able to proactively address gaps in knowledge, risk factors, and become more targeted in our approach so that the correct message and services are reaching the correct people. I will be the minister to champion that persons will not be hindered from accessing health care because of their social status or their net worth. Mr. Speaker, data also plays a role in surveillance and outbreak response and will provide us with an understanding of the threat of insertion of dengue to our islands from the outbreaks in neighboring countries and driving the scalable response to dengue control that it's proportionate to the ecologically sensible. Beyond non-communicable disease and outbreak response public health programs, focusing on prevention will also include work towards the elimination of cervical cancer by comprehensive use of an effective human papillomavirus, that's the HPV, vaccine made available through a wide range of settings, made available to men and women, boys and girls. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, will have a direct impact on the quality of life of all who call Cayman home. Mr. Speaker, in our efforts to proactively address health and wellness challenges, the Ministry of Health has secured property for the creation of the Wellness Park in Spots area. This park will be developed in order to ensure that our community has an identified space to utilize the enjoyment of calm and peace and natural beauty the Cayman Islands has to offer. The location being the old Mariners Cove site, with views of the water, will provide that relaxation and rejuvenation which our beautiful natural environment provides. How blessed are we in these Cayman Islands to have such natural beauty all around us. Why not embrace it and include it in wellness? Mr. Speaker, as we aim to address our country's increasing mental health challenges, I would like to provide an update on the Ponciana Rehabilitation Center, formerly known as the Long-Term Mental Health Facility. Physical construction of the 3 main buildings and the 9 cottages have been completed. The project management team has been focusing on getting the required inspections completed by the Building Control Unit. Once completed and passed, the handover of the facility can and only then can occur. Mr. Speaker, while we await the finalization of the physical structure, our team at the ministry has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that the operational needs of the facility are being addressed simultaneously so that to mitigate any further delay when certification of occupancy is issued. Our ministry and government overall understands the importance of this facility to our islands, and indeed are striving very hard to ensure that this will be operational in early 2024. Mr. Speaker, along with the development of key policies and procedures, as well as the ongoing recruitment of the facility's staffing, the team at Ponciana has been working to identify and customize a training program to be delivered specifically for Caymanians wishing to enter the field of mental health services. The psychiatric nursing assistant training program being developed and finalized by the team will be delivered free of cost to Caymanians ages 18 and up who meet the training requirements. Furthermore, those who successfully complete the program will be eligible for employment at the facility upon completion of their certification. This, Mr. Speaker, is part of our commitment to provide our people with the tools that they need in order to meet the employment demands, and it is being offered right here at home. Furthermore, in an effort to build partnerships, the Ponciana team has been proactively engaging with key stakeholders in mental health in our community. These stakeholders have included government, private sector, NPOs, patients, and families themselves. Looking more broadly at mental health services outside of Ponciana, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working to strengthen preventative and outpatient services in other ways. The Department of Counseling Services will be identifying, designing, and implementing new services based on the community's needs, which will be developed to complement existing services on offer. These services will include parenting programs, therapeutic groups, and school-based workshops in Cayman Brac. Meanwhile, in Grand Cayman, the department will introduce new therapeutic groups for complex mental health needs, including trauma and specific programming for parents deemed to be at risk. The Department of Counseling Service will also be taking a more holistic approach to treatment and client care across all its services, from earlier assessment to stabilization of clients, through the provision of comprehensive mental health exams to placing greater emphasis on nutrition planning and diet to support the recovery process. The ministry is also a key supporter of Alex's Place, the youth mental health hub located at HSA, and provides annual funding through its outputs to HSA to facilitate the operation of this program. Mr. Speaker, while the ministry recognizes and supports numerous efforts aimed at improving youth mental health services, it will also work to contribute to the execution of the older persons policy through the introduction of wellness programs throughout the community, catering to the active and healthy lifestyles of our older persons. Partnerships with internal and external stakeholders and community organizations will assist the ministry in delivering on this goal. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that my ministry will be working closer as well with the Alzheimer's and Dementia Association in the next year to formulate a plan of action to provide support to those suffering with Alzheimer's and dementia, their family members and caregivers, in order to better address Alzheimer's and dementia in our 3 islands. As such, I am pleased to announce that the ministry will be providing continuous funding to the Alzheimer's and Dementia Association Cayman Islands, and I look forward to the support of this honorable Parliament when we get to the Finance Committee stage to make this a reality for the important work established by them. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has embarked on identifying a number of pieces of legislation requiring review and updating, one of which is the Tobacco Act of 2008 and Tobacco Regulations of 2017. Update is required to reflect the ongoing need to protect the public from the risk of tobacco products, in line with us now being a full party of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. The Ministry looks forward to collaboration with the National Drug Council and other relevant stakeholders in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Medical Officer has also alerted me to the development of non-tobacco nicotine products designed to circumvent the Tobacco Act in force in the Cayman Islands. The growing concern on the use of vaping products that have particularly appealed to children and the waste generated by disposable vaping products. Mr. Speaker, we are diligently working to ensure that this is addressed for the sake of our youth and our environment. Mr. Speaker, the Health Practice Act and its corresponding regulations are also being reviewed and updated to reflect a number of changes in our health services landscape. The Ministry has received advice from the Health Practice Commission and is considering the issues raised with a view to bringing a proposed bill to Parliament in the next budget cycle. Mr. Speaker, on a related matter, the Health Practice Council has recently adopted a new set of standards for permitting clinical trials to take place in the Cayman Islands. These were long overdue. The granting of permission to undertake clinical trials is not trivial, given that, by definition, the effectiveness and safety of medicines or procedures that this is a subject of such a trial that trials do not have well-established safety and or outcome data, as having those would render a trial unnecessary. These standards, Mr. Speaker, place patient safety as at the foremost consideration. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is also in the process of revamping public health and on a national level. As I have stated previously in this honorable Parliament, this is critical if we are to move forward and future-proof our islands. Data on a national level is critical to effect positive outcomes, and I am pleased that a strategic outline case has been developed with the assistance of the Strategic Reforms Unit under the Office of the Deputy Governor, which will be taken to Cabinet shortly for approval, for the Ministry to progress the work on the separation of public health from its current construct. As such, Mr. Speaker, this requires an overhaul of the current Public Health Act, and the Ministry has been working diligently to ensure that the amendments provide the right framework for a data-driven approach to public health. Regulations will ensure that the Cayman Islands can effectively regulate and manage all public health environmental health functions, inclusive of the control of infectious diseases, food safety, environmental health, littering, solid waste management, and recycling. Mr. Speaker, another piece of legislation that will be critical to development of our ever more self-sufficient healthcare system in the Cayman Islands is the Human Tissue Transplant Act. The Ministry conducted research on the structure and functions of various advisory bodies and regulating bodies for human transplantation to ensure that we have a national framework for the standards of the facilities that will be undergoing transplantation in the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, we have also just recently closed public consultation on the proposed new Pharmacy Act. We must say thank God for that. This bill is designed to replace legislation that is now some 40 years old and no longer fit for purpose. The ministry is currently in the process of drafting a report to ensure that the public feedback has been captured, following a 60-day public and professional consultation period. I would like to thank those who took the time to participate in the public consultation. Mr. Speaker, as there's feedback that will be used to assist with the review of the final draft bill where applicable. Mr. Speaker, the highlights of the bill are as follows. It provides that a license from the Pharmacy Council will be required for the importation, manufacture, dispensing, and wholesales of medicines. It provides a mechanism of dealing with non-approved medicines for exceptional and emergency use authorization, the importation and approval of medicine for self-administration. Provides the pharmacy medicine can only be supplied by or under the supervision of a pharmacist. Provides that all medicine must include patient information in English. Provides that as well as medical doctors, dentists, and veterinary surgeons, or registered practitioner regulations can be made to allow for the development of an extended scope of practice suitable trained clinical professionals who are currently or do not have prescribing rights as pharmacists and advanced practice nurses, also referred to as nurse practitioners. It provides that pharmacies may dispense an emergency supply of essential prescription-only medicine without a prescription. And it provides for the appointment of an inspector or inspectors who may enter, inspect, and search and take samples of medicines and seize anything that they may believe may be connected with the commission or intended commission of an offense under the Act. Quality of human life, Mr. Speaker, is significantly impacted and determined by the quality of the natural environment within which we all live. It is therefore understandable why climate change, resilience, and sustainable development are issues as relevant as health as they are to the economy or disaster management. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health will be contributing to the climate change resilience and sustainable development in a number of ways. Internally, the ministry and its departments will ensure that where possible, it will adopt sustainable solutions to reduce our carbon footprint. MRCU will also explore the introduction of electric fogging machines to reduce its carbon emission when it undertakes its much-needed mosquito control operations and undertake more research methods to improve mosquito control. Mr. Speaker, it should also be noted at this point that the ministry will seek to procure a new aircraft for MRCU, which will bolster and ensure available resources for effectiveness of mosquito control, including east of the tamarind tree in Cayman. As we all know, effective mosquito control is very important to our quality of life and is directly related to public health's ability to control diseases that can be spread by mosquitoes such as dengue fever. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Environmental Health will also be working to expand national recycling efforts by making it more accessible to residents. Plans include, but are not limited, to the implementation of curbside recycling in residential communities, expanding the collection of recyclable goods beyond currently established depots, and enhancing outreach programs to improve the quantity and quality of recyclable materials collected by the department. Broad outcome number 2, which is enhanced competitiveness while meeting international standards. Within the Ministry of Health and Wellness, our specific outcome is to ensure an equitable, sustainable, and successful healthcare system. A key priority, therefore, for the ministry will be the development of standards of practice for the Cayman Islands, which will include, but not limited to, exploring the development of a resuscitation council and the development of an integrated acute coronary syndrome service. Standards for clinical trials, human tissue transplant, the development of acute chest pain access and resus standardization, professional standards, clinical area reviews, and scope and domains of practice, for example, ADHD and prescribing standards. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Health Regulatory Services will also work with the relevant stakeholders in an effort to encourage all major healthcare providers to seek accreditation from appropriate external quality assured bodies. Accreditation from recognized international bodies would elevate the standard of care for local hospitals and other large healthcare services facilities by ensuring adherence to international best practice in the delivery of healthcare services right here in our islands. This would create an additional system of checks and balances as accreditation is given and retained by consistently adhering to best practices. The ministry notes the achievement recently by the Health Services Authority on JCI accreditation, a notable achievement indeed for our government hospital, and our country must be proud. Mr. Speaker, the elevation of service delivery will promote more preventative approaches to healthcare, the standardization of processes, and reduce the number of negative patient outcomes, among other things, all of which will work to reduce the cost of healthcare to patients, insurance providers, and the government. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will review the provision of healthcare services to indigents and other groups in an effort to reduce the significant costs being expanded on healthcare. While we all agree that there must be access, this must be sustainable and efficient in order to ensure continuity. Mr. Speaker, these actions demonstrate the transformative vigor that drives the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I truly believe that this entire government shares the same vigor. This has led us to begin thinking deeply of what a generation of Caymanian healthcare workers will look like, which leads us to future-proof to increase resilience. The ministry will be exploring partnerships with the University College of the Cayman Islands and the Ministry of Education to have accredited laboratories that can be used to train and qualify aspiring public health professionals. If this partnership comes to fruition, we can extend this offering to students from other UK overseas territories to foster positive social and educational exchange. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand how beneficial this would be for young Caymanians because we currently have one at the helm of the Cayman Islands Molecular Biology Lab, which is funded by my ministry. The training and development opportunities for Caymanian scientists have increased tremendously, which assures that we can retain our homegrown talent here on our shores. And I am going to continue to invite my Caymanians overseas to come home and give up their talents, and they must and will be embraced in our healthcare industry. The time has come for the culture to change, where we feel as though we're not appreciated in our own home, but is accepted by other jurisdictions. That needs to stop today. We all recall how vital it is for us here in Cayman during the COVID pandemic of being able to perform our own testing locally. Key services that can be provided by the molecular biology laboratory are public health surveillance, outbreak analysis, molecular diagnostics for amongst other diseases such as influenza, COVID-19, HIV, chicken pox. We got herpes viruses, tuberculosis, a wide range of respiratory pathogens, and gastrointestinal and food-borne illnesses. Mr. Speaker, just wrap your head around that. Our very own molecular lab is capable of carrying out these functions. The molecular biology lab can now support veterinary investigation into potential cases of avian influenza, and rapid turnaround diagnostics are successfully helping us to combat the risk from introduction of dengue fever to the islands, which is now an endemic and giving rise to very serious concern in a number of Caribbean islands, and helping us to continue give assurance that we are free from endemic Zika and chikungunya. Additionally, we continue to play our part in international SARS-CoV-2 genomic sequencing surveillance and reporting. Mr. Speaker, we're not only elevating the status of the Cayman Islands healthcare offerings for our own population, but also to become a regional hub of trusted information. Our nation is small, Mr. Speaker, but we are mighty. We have much to offer the world in so many ways, so why not also in health? Mr. Speaker, internally the ministry leads by example as we are building for the future at the national level. More focus this past year has been on attracting suitable human resources to be able to have the capacity to carry out many priorities of the ministry. This is imperative for future success. At my last budget address, I spoke about the need for a chief nursing officer and an epidemiologist to enhance our leadership at a national level. I am pleased that we have retained a national epidemiologist and have been informed that the post for the chief nursing officer is filled and will be announced shortly. Future-proofing is also directly linked to wellness and the more specific outcome of providing solutions to improve the well-being of our people so they can achieve their full potential. The ministry will continue to this outcome via comprehensive review of the National Strategic Health Policy. This review will take a data-driven approach to identifying national health needs and will create a roadmap for how to meet the needs, taking into consideration human resources and talent development and recruitment aimed at Caymanians at all levels. Mr. Speaker, modernize government to improve public sector performance. I appreciate that for some of the connections between this outcome and the Ministry of Health and Wellness may not be very clear. But given the significant work that the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be undertaking in this area, it is important that I connect the dots. Mr. Speaker, our focus will be on strengthening good governance for more effective government through the revision and amendments of some of the key acts, regulations, policies, some of which I have mentioned earlier. These are Health Practice Act regulations, which will clarify a number of key issues around standards and registration. Pharmacy Act regulations, which will help to set out legislative changes to allow a wider range of help for professionals to offer medicines and direct medical services as outlined previously. Health Insurance Act and regulations, which will address the evaluation of the current health insurance system to see if they deliver fair and equitable access, especially to those most in need. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the growing population of our elder Caymanians and these issues around insurance coverage. Work will be undertaken with relevant stakeholders to review and improve this area. Public Health Act and Environmental Health Act. The Ministry will expedite the proposals to develop the current public health legislation, giving separate identity to Public Health and Environmental Health Act, and introducing a secure framework for the regulation of waste. Mr. Speaker, the specific policies to review and develop in order to prioritize this broad outcome also includes the development and implementation of health and safety standards, particularly as it relates to hazardous materials, safeguarding of disposal, and employee safety. This work will be carried out in collaboration with Hazard Management Cayman Islands, the fundamental work already underway. The execution of a policy review to propose a method of controlling nuisance insects and disease vectors to ensure control of chikungunya, dengue, Zika, accounting for minimization of environmental and ecosystem impacts, and, Mr. Speaker, policy review and proposal in relation to cemetery guidelines. The Department of Health Regulatory Services will continue to develop an automated system for handling registration and other applications for healthcare providers as the Ministry seeks to employ more technological enhancements in the delivery of services offered through the department, thereby improving the customer experience. This will reduce wait times and enhance the department's capabilities to ensure robust due diligence in carrying out its remit. Protect and promote Caymanian culture, heritage, and identity. Mr. Speaker, the promotion of our culture and heritage is not something that is limited only to cultural events or the safeguarding of our heritage sites. Though these are obviously very important and necessary, ensuring that Caymanian clinical and allied experts are engaged to contribute invaluable experiences with our youth is one way in which we can provide opportunity for Caymanian youth to see themselves as Caymanian doctors, nurses, and other professionals in the health field, which will help them to be more readily identify these as career options. Mr. Speaker, if we create the mechanism for improving education to promote lifelong learning, we then create a positive cycle of supply and demand. This will help protect and promote Caymanian identity. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the promotion of culture, heritage, and identity also comes from creating additional avenues where cultural exchange to bridge generations can happen. This is how the Ministry of Health and Wellness envisions that our support to the older persons policy via community-based wellness programs will function. Engaging our elder Caymanians to engage with youth to share their knowledge and their experiences. This initiative will be delivered in conjunction with NGO partners and will work to facilitate access to services as well as to raise public awareness within the community in regards to aging and disabilities in the preservation of our culture. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate my commitment to the people of these Cayman Islands with respect to healthcare. My vision and long-term goals remain steadfast. These remain ensuring a sustainable and successful healthcare system for our islands in the provision of optimal health and well-being for all our people, while reducing health inequalities, enhancing the standards of healthcare services, and recognizing healthcare as a basic human right through the reform of the current healthcare system and provisions of centralized health insurance coverage, and a more preventative care focused approach to improve overall wellness, leading to better physical and mental health outcomes, which is allowing our people to thrive. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I would like to remind my colleagues that what I have outlined here today is not the sum of our intentions to improve our country's public health and safety. I trust that as we debate over the coming days, we will make more decisions in the people's present and future interests as it relates to all of our areas of responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, my teams at the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Ministry of Home Affairs and I remain committed to doing our part in achieving all of the aforementioned broad outcomes as set out by the government. Mr. Speaker, we are often reminded that charity begins at home. So too does unity. Without unity, we cannot achieve our best. I have no doubt that each one of us want to do right by our people. And it is because of this that I have proposed to be united in doing just that. I have tried my best today to incorporate this into one approach, which I have presented my address, presenting a united commitment from the perspective of my two ministries, which are people-centered and moving forward to the betterment of our country. Mr. Speaker, we are united in purpose to deliver the best service to our people at the best value, to keep our goals people-centered so that we are meeting the needs of our people and to continue on a forward-thinking approach to keep moving ahead despite the challenges. I close by thanking my ministry team for their dedication and hard work, their unwavering support, and indeed to the people of Prospect and these beautiful Cayman Islands for the opportunity which has been offered to me to stand here today as your Minister of Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs. And with this, please allow me to express publicly season's greetings. During this joyous time of year, let us come together to celebrate the spirit of goodwill, unity, and shared humanity. May the warmth of the season envelop you and your loved one in joy, peace, and love. In a world that can sometimes feel so divided, let us focus on what unites us, our shared hopes, dreams, and the simple joys that makes life so special. May this holiday season remind us of the importance of compassion, understanding, and reaching out to those around us. As we gather with family and friends, let us appreciate the diversity that enriches our lives and strengthens the fabrics of our communities. In the spirit of putting people first, may we extend kindness to one another and find common ground that fosters connections and builds bridges. Wishing you all a warm, wonderful holiday season filled with laughter, love, and moments of togetherness. Thank you for your attention, and may God continue to bless our beloved Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The member from West Bay West.
You want Mr. Speaker, I will give the Minister of Tourism the opportunity at this point.
Well,
Of course, I will be speaking.
you've used up 2 minutes of your time. The Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first start by thanking the Honorable Father of the House for giving way. I know that he rose before me, but hopefully my contributions will give way for him to expand. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contributions to the appropriation bill for the financial year 2024-2025. And I extend my congratulations to Her Excellency the Governor, Ms. Jane Owen, on her maiden throne speech in this Honorable House on Friday. I also want to congratulate my Premier on her contributions entitled Nurturing Our Future, a united, sustainable path to recovery, hope, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence one more time to say, I want to take this opportunity to say a special happy birthday to Miss Vernice Ebanks Miles, upon which I know you are familiar, who turns 81 years old today, or as she would say, 18 all over again. May God bless her and keep her, and may her life be extended to see many, many more to come. It is my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, and a privilege as the Minister of Tourism and Ports to deliver my second budget address in this Honourable Parliament under the newly formed United Peoples Movement Administration. I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the change in the leadership was not a victory of politicians, but rather of the people who elected us and that we are proud to serve. As the name United Peoples Movement suggests, I stand here in unity with my government colleagues, and I believe I can speak for us all by saying that we are committed to working together effectively and delivering on our obligations and responsibilities as representatives and policymakers for the Cayman Islands and for the best interest of our people. Mr. Speaker, for those who may interpret those as just fancy words, let me break them down, Mr. Speaker. Because what I mean by them is the United Peoples Movement is committed to making our beloved islands the best place to live, the best place to bring up your children, the best place to lead a wholesome and fulfilling life, and the best place for our seniors to retire and live with dignity. Consequently, I'm happy to reassure the good people of this country that their government has wasted no time in getting down to business and doing the people's work. We have hit the ground running, and we are focusing on delivering as many things for our people as quickly as we can. In some instances, that means changing the perspectives, Mr. Speaker, and doing things differently. And in this case, I'm particularly talking about tourism. Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, the Cayman Islands have done an excellent job, whether intentionally or not, on sending a clear message locally and internationally that the government's number one focus, above all else, was the environment. And if we were being very candid, Mr. Speaker, this was increasingly being interpreted as a government being anti-development and anti-growth. The impact of that was that we started to see a gradual decline in the numbers of projects and types of proposals coming forward for consideration. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, the assumption was either that they wouldn't be considered under that administration, or that they would have to go through so many hoops and red tape to satisfy the environmental requirements that it just wasn't worth it. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. There is absolutely nothing wrong with caring for the environment. In fact, I too subscribe to the view that we have a duty and a responsibility to safeguard our environment, both now and for the future. But the problem I had, Mr. Speaker, was when the extreme environmentalist viewpoints had a trickle-down effect on the building of roads or other infrastructure which our people need to improve the quality of their lives. And Mr. Speaker, it didn't just stop there. It also started to have an effect on tourism. As a result, the perception was that tourism was no longer a priority for the government. I found it very disheartening to find that more and more people had the impression that tourism had been placed on the back burner because it went against the principles of what the former administration held in high regard, which is being super protective of the environment. As I said, there's nothing wrong with caring for the environment, nothing at all. But it has to be considered as a part of a balanced approach to sustainable growth and development. Rather than being completely at one end of the spectrum or the other, what is needed is the willingness to find the middle ground, Mr. Speaker, and recalibrate and explore the possibilities of arriving at a win-win scenario where the needs of the environment and the needs of the tourism industry can both be satisfied for mutual benefit. For example, Mr. Speaker, the whole question about beach replenishment is a prime example of how government and industry can work together to come up with mutually beneficial solutions to this environmental issue that gravely impacts our tourism product and potentially our revenues from the industry. I'm committed to working alongside the new Minister for Sustainability to find a win-win solution that will bring long-term benefits to all. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say this because while tourism might be the second pillar to our economy in terms of revenue, I would argue all day long, and I've heard you say this before, Mr. Speaker, as the former Premier of this country, that it is our most important industry because it's the one that many more Caymanians are involved in. Yes, strictly from an economic standpoint, financial services contributes more money to our economy. But when a hotel is built, it is an asset that is here to stay and brings more and more tangible opportunities for Caymanians. Opportunities to work, to provide services to tourists, to be involved and earn a living on many different levels. Once a hotel property is established here, the hoteliers have a vested interest in ensuring Cayman's success. They use their big international brand names and their extensive networks to market this destination. And guests who are loyal to those brands travel here to experience them in the Cayman context. Mr. Speaker, I believe in growth and sustainability. And when managed correctly, it can be a path to prosperity. But it has to be done in the right way, in a way that is beneficial to Cayman and Caymanians. And so the message I want to send to the business community is that this administration understands our economy. We understand the benefits that come with carefully chosen developments and managed growth. This is a government that is open to listening to ideas and proposals that will bring benefit to Cayman and will prioritize the empowerment of our Caymanian people. Now, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't mean that we're going to give away the shop the house, the country, and everything in between. What it means is that we recognize that sustainable growth will bring benefit to the Caymanian people through the building of roads and hotels and other infrastructure projects. Sustainable growth is often interpreted as being a bad thing, Mr. Speaker, but that doesn't have to be the case. Yes, we have problems with sudden growth that has caused things like traffic, housing, and immigration, but those things can be fixed, Mr. Speaker. But what we shouldn't do is just pull up the handbrakes, spin wheels, and face into the opposite direction. And what we cannot do is come to a screeching halt in our economy. We have to keep moving forward, Mr. Speaker, adjusting and rebalancing as we go. As what the former Premier Bush would say, you have to bob and weave. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Tourism, I am keen to use the tourism industry and see it grow and see the benefits from tourism being spread all over the island, from the tip of West Bay to the tip of Spot Bay Bluff. I would love to see a new attraction or a boutique hotel in the Eastern Districts that's keeping with the laid-back approach and serenity of that area. It would bring back jobs and opportunities for the people who live in those districts. And it would reduce the commute and reliance on having to be on 7 Mile Beach in order to make a living. And that's one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, that the East-West Arterial is so important. Not only will it relieve traffic, but it will also add a level of convenience to our locals and visitors alike, reducing the time that it takes to get from the airport to their accommodations in Bodden Town, Kaibo, Rum Point, East End, and North Side. And that would be a good thing, Mr. Speaker, because nobody wants to be on a flight for 3 hours, land here in Cayman, and then have to spend another hour to get to their hotel. Mr. Speaker, under this UPM administration, you will see a change in the approach regarding how tourism is managed moving forward. I was already open to trying new things, Mr. Speaker, like boldly introducing new routes into new destinations that have never been tried before. And I intend to even be more assertive in my approach to finding new opportunities to grow tourism. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we do not try, we cannot succeed. And a failure is simply not an option under the UPM administration. So I want the private sector to recognize that it's time to reinvest in the tourism sector. I want the business owners to regain their confidence in the industry and be willing to expand and grow their operations and their products and services. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will speak more on this throughout my contributions as I report on some of the work undertaken by the Ministry of Tourism and Ports and its statutory authorities over the past financial year. Mr. Speaker, but I want to begin with my report on tourism, as it is the industry that touches particularly every sector in our society, often with a multiplier effect that ripples throughout our entire economy. It is for that reason that I am pleased to advise this Honourable House that the Cayman Islands tourism industry has not just performed extremely well in 2023, it has exceeded all projections. Over the first 9 months of this year, stayover and cruise arrivals to the Cayman Islands registered at an impressive 105% increase in total visitation compared to the same period last year. Looking at our most current arrival figures between January and October of this year, our islands welcomed 343,606 stayover visitors and 993,919 cruise visitors. And I just got some updated numbers just a minute ago, and I'll give it to the House shortly. But imagine those are the numbers just in the first 10 months of this year. This equates to 83.8% of the 2019 visitation numbers and comfortably exceeds the target that I had set for 70% of the 2019 visitor arrivals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the 70% target had been achieved by September in respect to the revenues, which is a testament of the hard work and expertise of the management and staff in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports and its subsidiaries, and the collective partnership that exists between the government and the private sector. As a reminder, for the benefit of the listening public, 2019 is used as a benchmark for comparison because it was the last full year of travel prior to the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. It was also our tourism's industry best year on record, upon which much credit must be given to the former minister. But what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that we are comparing our post-pandemic results to the highest benchmark possible. I particularly commend my Chief Officer, Strand Borden, and the Director for Tourism, Ms. Rosa Harris, and their teams both locally and overseas for their stellar work in contributing to these outcomes, as well as the members of our private sector organizations who work tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, to promote and showcase the Cayman Islands as a leading luxury vacation destination in the Caribbean. I would also like to beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate Director Rosa Harris on receiving the 2023 Caribbean Media Exchange Leadership Award, which honors individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to the tourism and hospitality industry within the Caribbean and beyond. Director Harris is the first Caribbean and Caymanian to receive this award. While the Cayman Islands tourism performance is certainly an accomplishment to be proud of, the more important question to address is how will these visitor arrivals translate to improving the lives of Caymanians? The simple answer is, Mr. Speaker, the tourism industry is considered as the second pillar to our economy in purely economic terms, but the impact resonates throughout our communities, touching the lives of persons who work in and for the industry, as well as those who don't. And during the pandemic, that reality came to light more than ever. The money visitors spend in our islands circulate within our economy, providing thousands of workers, not just tourism workers, Mr. Speaker, with income to provide for themselves and their families. It helps businesses operate and keep their doors open and provides jobs in all kinds of supporting services sectors, from dry cleaning to garden maintenance to car rentals and everything in between. Revenue collected from tourism taxes and fees is used by government to provide benefits and services to our people, like free education and school lunches for our children, new roads, collecting your garbage, health care support, and social support for those who are in need. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to advise the country that the $25 million in revenue that had been projected for the full year of 2023 was in fact exceeded within the first 6 months. So instead of collecting $25 million between January and December, we already collected up to $28.8 million by June. By October, revenue earned from tourism taxes and fees had risen to $31.5 million, Mr. Speaker, which is just $5 million shy of the revenue collected in the record-breaking year of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I am optimistic that when all the revenue for 2023 has been collected, that we will have met or exceeded that historical 36.5 benchmark that was done in 2019. This is why it's so important that we go beyond the arrival stats and look at the bigger picture of how the tourism industry is actually performing. Because as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the revenue earned from tourism is plowed back into the public purse to provide benefits and services to our people in need. Throughout this year, and particularly through the high season for travel, feedback from the industry partners confirms that the hotel occupancy is high and tourists are spending more and they're staying longer in our jurisdiction. The average daily rate, better known as the ADR, of hotel rooms have increased by 30.2% between January and September 2023 compared to the same period last year. And the average time a tourist stays on island has returned to the high number of 6 nights, as it was in 2019 prior to the onset of the pandemic. In terms of airline seat capacity, as seasonal routes come online and the United States and WestJet and Air Canada increase their frequencies from Toronto, we will see an increase in the number of seats from North America. This is in addition to the twice-weekly service to Los Angeles now being offered by our national flag carrier, Cayman Airways, and the weekly service to Barbados, giving our islands a direct connection to the Eastern Caribbean region. I should note here, Mr. Speaker, that the new CAL services are another example of the change in approach of how tourism is being managed going forward. Even though Barbados is a competitor on one hand, it is still important to explore how we can partner with them to attract more visitation from the Caribbean region to our shores. As one of my fellow regional tourism ministers would put it, our resources should be used to compete, not compete, because there is a larger market of tourism visitors in the world for us to share. Mr. Speaker, turning our attention now to room stock. 313 more rooms were added to the tourism accommodation rental pool during this year, raising the total from 7,331 in December 2022 to 7,644 rooms in December 2023. Our tourism accommodation is currently comprised of 10,410 beds, with apartments and condos accounting to 49% of available tourism rentals, followed by hotels with 34% of the market and guest houses with 18%. So, as we continue to market our islands and encourage more tourists to visit our shores, more rooms will naturally be required to accommodate the increase in visitor arrivals. I'm therefore looking forward to the addition of at least 7 new hotel properties which are slated to come onto the market over the next 3 years. These projects are at various stages of development, Mr. Speaker, with the first being Hotel Indigo, due to be delivered in Q1 of 2024, followed by 1GT later in the year. Together, these 7 projects will contribute over 1,200 additional rooms to the tourism accommodation pool, and they represent a huge investment of capital into our islands that will continue delivering benefits for years to come. For example, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Tourism projects a 16.53% increase in revenues to government over the next 2 years as a result. Revenues that government can put and provide scholarships and expand our infrastructure and help our Caymanian people. In the home share sector, commonly known as Airbnb or VRBO, vacation rentals by owners, which I know many Caymanians are involved with, and I was quite surprised by the Leader of Opposition saying that that was the only place for the increase. But he should be happy about that, Mr. Speaker, because that's where the money goes directly in the hands of our people rather than being trickled through a hotel investment. Mr. Speaker, that area has increased by 6.4% in occupancy, which was recorded during the first 3 quarters of this year. Now, although the average daily rates declined slightly by 1.5%, the revenue per listing still have increased by 17.5% compared to the same period last year. Mr. Speaker, having heard the overview of our tourism industry's recovery and the performance for 2023, for the upcoming year 2024, I'm pleased to advise that I've set a new target of 95% of the 2019 stayover visitor arrivals and 40 million in revenue for tourism accommodation taxes, which exceeds the total revenue collected by the record-breaking year in 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident in my team that we will make that mark. Turning our attention now to the cruise sector, Mr. Speaker. As I stated earlier, during the first 10 months of the year, 993,919 cruise passengers visited the Cayman Islands, just shy of 1 million, which represents 68.8% of the 2019 arrivals. I anticipate when the passenger numbers for the November and December become available and are added, cruise passenger arrivals will be close to or just surpass the 70% which was set at the beginning of the year. And Mr. Speaker, as I was referring to you earlier, we just got the news as to those projections. And I want to share what the actual numbers are for November, because November is now past. We've added to that total of 993,919 cruise passengers. In the month of November, another 127,283 passengers. And we're projected for December's projection to be 179,664. So our patrons, our business people, our vendors will have a busy December making good money for themselves and their families, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly our cruise tourism arrivals are not as promising as our stayover visitation, and with cruise lines still being unwilling to tender large ships, the outlook over the long term is not likely to improve as good as the stayover. I've spoken before on the realities that our cruise sector faces. And God forbid I say the word peers. But the truth is, we can only avoid the elephant in the room for so long. At some point, we have to address the fact that if we continue in the cruise business, we either have to be willing to accept the continual decline in passengers' numbers over time, or to reconsider our options in respect to having a cruise pair. Okay, there you go. I said it. I said cruise pairs. Now the world hasn't fallen apart yet. Mr. Speaker, you among all people would be well aware of the level of public sensitivity concerning the subject matter, and I am in no way attempting to go contrary to the people's opinion. But my point is, although a petition was delivered to the government to trigger a referendum on this subject, the referendum didn't take place. In hindsight, Mr. Speaker, that might have been a good thing, because at the time, people felt absolutely assured that the Cayman Islands was the jewel of the Caribbean cruise sector, and ships had no choice but to stop here. Well, in the years since, the question of pairs was last discussed, we have seen that the cruise lines don't have to stop here. Itineraries have changed that no longer include Georgetown, which is what we have been told to expect. Mr. Speaker, I don't for one second believe that the cruise lines are being malicious in any way. They want to make money as well, just like we do. But the fact is, back then, the discussions were focused on the Oasis-class ships. And now those ships are transitioning even larger Icon-class ships. So, Mr. Speaker, if they were unwilling to tender the Oasis-class ships, does anybody really believe that they're going to tender the Icon ships? I sincerely doubt it, Mr. Speaker. Now, to be clear, I'm not here to advocate for the cruise lines. I'm merely calling it as I see it in my capacity as the Minister for Tourism with responsibility for this sector. So now that we see our cruise sector dwindling, I think it would be wise for us to hold a referendum in the next election, Mr. Speaker, so that the people can settle the question once and for all of whether the Cayman Islands should have pairs or remain as a viable cruise destination. Because if we don't make a decision, I think my points have highlighted the reality. And so maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be in Georgetown, Mr. Speaker, where it may be a risk to 7 Mile Beach. Maybe it can be considered somewhere else. Either way, Mr. Speaker, the representatives of the people need clear direction, because having pairs or not having pairs, both options have their pros and their cons, and the people need to decide. But we as a country have to recognize that if we don't have pairs, our cruise tourism product will continue to decline. That's a simple fact. And if the people say they still don't want it, that's all well and good. I believe in letting the people guide us in our decisions on their behalf. But we need to know how they feel about this sensitive area. As I've stated many times since becoming the Minister for Tourism, I'm committed to the success of the Cayman Islands cruise sector. I'm aware of the role that cruise tourism plays in the livelihoods of our Caymanian people working in tourism, and I am sensitive to the fact that there is a significantly high percentage of Caymanians, entrepreneurs, providing services and products to the cruise sector, particularly in the public transport services and the water sports sectors. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the most recent Tourism Business Insight Survey conducted by the Department of Tourism, 68% of the respondents confirmed that the cruise industry provides 50% of their earned income for their businesses. But the reality is, across the Caribbean, other cruise destinations are gaining market share, and it's their economies and their people that are benefiting from the increased passenger volumes, while we continue to see a deficit here in Cayman. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm here just stating the facts. I'm raising this again because I don't want myself or my ministry or even this administration to be criticized, which I already got a taste of it this morning, for not being able to deliver the passenger volumes expected without the resources to do so. You heard earlier, the opposition leader said, can't get back to 2019 numbers. They say it because they're doing a good job as opposition. They know that. They know the reality just as much as I do. Hence the reason I had to put it back up for discussion, not because I want the criticism, because I can promise you tomorrow there will be a headline. The Minister of Tourism open up the peer talk again. In the meantime, though, Apologize, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising this again because I don't want myself or this administration to be criticized without the necessary resources to bring the numbers back to where they were in the record-breaking year of 2019. And besides, maybe the people don't want that record-breaking numbers. And I'll expand on that a little bit further as to maybe why they don't want it. In the meantime, we haven't given up, Mr. Speaker. We're doing all that we can to stimulate the cruise sector. And the reality here is there is no question that our islands would benefit from more well-rounded and sustainable tourism portfolio. As a part of our cruise recovery strategy, the Ministry and the Department of Tourism has sought to leverage opportunities to directly engage with cruise industry decision makers to try to influence and increase cruise visitation to our destination. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's worked. Because the truth is, the numbers that we got for this year was expected to be less. There was a lot of begging to work with us because of our good relationship over the many decades. That the CEOs added some more calls because the business model isn't helping them. That's why December is going to be 170,000 people because of begging. In June of this year, the Cayman Islands hosted senior Florida Caribbean Cruise Line Association executives from all of the major cruise lines for their annual FCCA PAMAC conference. This was attended by 150 members of the Platinum Association Associate Member Advisory Council, better known as PAMAC. And candid discussions once again identified if we want to attract luxury yachts here with a higher paying passengers, we must enhance our cruise product and offer a wider variety of activities and products that those types of visitors would be willing to pay the premium for. Additionally, data is increasingly showing that the millennials travel market, travelers aged between 27 and 40, tend to prefer cultural experiences over traditional beach vacations. Millennials are a significant demographic both for stayover and cruise passengers, Mr. Speaker. And the shift in preferences presents an opportunity for the Cayman Islands to diversify its tourism product and provide more culturally immersive experiences. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that funding has been secured within this budget to establish a program specifically for small businesses and entrepreneurs within the tourism sector. Effective 2024, the Visitor Experience Development Grant, better known as VEDG, will be in place to help micro and small businesses to set up shop across the country so that we can have more authentic tourism products and services available outside of our traditional tourism hotspots. The Visitor Experience Grant is designed to fulfill several specific needs, Mr. Speaker. One, it will improve the visitor experience by providing more exposure to Caymanian arts and crafts and cottage industries. Two, it will provide startups and entrepreneurs with up to $50,000 in funding they vitally need but often cannot have access to by the banks. And thirdly, it will give Caymanian cottage industries and artisans the support they need to expedite their growth. This is just one example of the type of projects and programs that the ministry is looking forward to making available to smaller mom-and-pop types businesses to help them in ways that are meaningful to their lives. Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm believer that keeping our people at the forefront of the government's policies and initiatives will pay dividends well into the future. In this instance, it will enhance the quality and the diversity of our tourism offering, allowing our destination to attract more visitors, generate more income, and create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, moving now to the tourism waterfront development. In my last budget address, I announced that the government had purchased a waterfront property situated in a prime location in Georgetown to develop a completely new tourism experience owned by the people of the Cayman Islands. Since then, I'm pleased to further announce that the government has acquired additional land space under a leasehold agreement for a period of 50 years, with the option to renew for another additional 50 years thereafter. Regarding next steps, building plans are being finalized for submission to Central Planning Authority for approval, after which we expect construction to begin in earnest in 2024 next year. As a recap, Mr. Speaker, the concept of this tourism waterfront development will include a restaurant, bar, and spaces for entertainment and cultural expression. In the interim, the craft market space at the Tower Building site is being upgraded until it moves to the permanent location. These upgrades include, but are not limited to, an expanded area of pavers which will accommodate the covered tent area. Secondly, improve fencing and greenery around the site. Thirdly, provisions for garbage disposal and collection. Fourth, improve signage. And very importantly, and I'm so happy my team caught it before we finished the design work, wheelchair accessibility. And it's something that I want us to be more conscious of in our development around the country, but mainly in the center part of Georgetown for many cruise passengers. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn my attention to address some of the key areas the Ministry and the Department of Tourism will be focusing on during the 2024-2025 budget cycle. I should perhaps preface my remarks by stating that my overarching goal as Minister is to develop a tourism product that is globally competitive, socially and environmentally sustainable, and provides opportunities for people to flourish. Achieving those objectives require a range of policies, plans, and tactics that operate in harmony and provide a strategic framework for the continual development of the sector. And given the industry's dynamic nature, our policies and plans must be regularly revisited in line with changing circumstances, market trends, and sustainability goals. And I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that 1, the National Tourism Plan has been updated solely for the period between now and the end of 2024, and a new plan will be delivered to cover the period 2025 to 2029. Also, the Cayman Islands Cruise Industry Strategy is being drafted and will be ready for publication and public consultation by the end of the first quarter of next year. And just in case the member is questioning why it hasn't been completed already, as you can imagine, we went through a bit of a turmoil over the last 2.5 months, hence the reason for a couple of months of delay. But it's coming, and the team, which I know the former minister knows, works very hard, will have it ready in short order. Thirdly, the Cayman Islands Dive Strategy will be expanded to promote the destination as a great choice to try dive, to attract families and the younger demographic in this industry. This leverages our calm waters and services as a perfect entry into this amazing sport. It will also promote the newly opened International Scuba Diving Hall of Fame Museum located at Pedro St. James. Also, still on the subject of promoting our destination, 17.2 million of the DOT's budget is invested globally in advertising, sales, and marketing activities. Wish it was a little more, but it is what it is. The department plans to deliver a diversified and active roster of investments and activities to raise the brand awareness of the Cayman Islands and drive awareness to convert to visitors. It is also recognized that post-pandemic, the Cayman Islands social media feeds and online experiences managed by the department has seen a significant increase in ads. Consequently, the approach in the 2024-2025 will see us being even bolder to ensure the Cayman Islands stands out from the crowded online space. Broadcast opportunities have been confirmed in the DOT's annual media plan for 2024 and includes television partnerships that will cover culinary, weddings and honeymooners, music and entertainment, and Major League sports, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I should note here that I intend for there to be a stronger collaboration between the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Sports. We have seen tremendous success with events like NORCECA, the Cayman Islands Marathon, the Cayman Islands Basketball Classic, and the Flower Sea Swim, just to name a few. In addition, I intend to expand the ministry's support to include golf, boxing, tennis, water sports, football, better known in the United States as soccer, bodybuilding, and track and field events, all of which have the ability to bring more awareness to the Cayman Islands, the sports fans that are willing to travel and bring revenue to our islands. It's called sports tourism, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the ministry and the DOT are excited about the events that local promoters will be bringing to the table in 2024-2025. Many of them have already demonstrated that they are able to execute world-class events, Mr. Speaker. And we know that people travel for culture, they travel for food, they travel for entertainment and relaxation. And we are always open to new ideas to fill a full year roster of events that celebrate who we are and our Caymanian culture and hospitality. Mr. Speaker, there is one area I would like to get more into, and that is conference tourism. I would be so happy if there's an investor in the sound of my voice who wanted to provide a purpose-built conference facility here in the Cayman Islands. That would bring so many opportunities to increase our market share in this very lucrative tourism sector. And I'm certain that the former minister would agree with me on that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn my attention now to the statutory authorities which fall under my remit as the Minister for Tourism and Ports, starting first with the Cayman Islands Airports Authority. Having worked hard to rebuild its revenue base after the pandemic, the Cayman Islands Airports Authority ended 2022 at 60% of its 2019's total revenue. As we know, that was the year just after we had opened, so we didn't have a full back to normal year by then. But they anticipate ending 2023 at 85% of the 2019 total revenue, which coincides with the arrival numbers, Mr. Speaker. This increase has been driven mainly by the steady return to 2019 tourism volumes. As we look ahead, the signs are positive, and the expectation is to achieve and maintain 100% of the 2019 revenues through Q4 of 2025. Earlier this year, I announced that the authority's airport master plan had been successfully updated in the form of a comprehensive 286-page document which built on previous master plans and identified the opportunities and constraints associated with our existing airport infrastructure. The plan also included recommendations for improvement. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, The master plan projects being developed for implementation over the budget cycle includes 1. A 1,400-foot expansion of the runway at the Owen Roberts International Airport that will enable non-stop long-haul flights to arrive and depart at Oriya. 2. The runway strip works at the Charles Kirkconnell International Airport in Cayman to address some outstanding regulatory requirements. 3. The development of a new general aviation terminal and aircraft parking apron to accommodate current and projected demand. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to chime in a little bit by what the opposition member said in respect to our focus on the general aviation terminal. I see that the leader of opposition has become a master of exaggeration. It's a good skill set to have in opposition. But the truth is, the last administration failed to bring any attention to general aviation. And with us being a tourism destination that focuses on luxury tourism, how could we leave out general aviation, where we all know many high net worth individuals fly through? And Mr. Speaker, the truth is, we were below standards compared to many other Caribbean islands in respect to this. So though the leader of opposition may want to make the country believe that we're using the average person's money to pay for the rich people, what the leader of opposition should also bear in mind is that the wealthy pay their fees too when they land here in the Cayman Islands. And if we want to grow as a luxury destination, our standards must be kept to par. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, all of the development and the monies for the increase in fees, which is only $15 per person per ticket, will be going to this development. And it's only for a select period of time. But Mr. Speaker, the opposition job is to exaggerate and make it seem as if we're using the average person to pay for it. But Mr. Speaker, we recognize that we do have to cater to all. And not all of the money raised will be going to general aviation. Much of that money will be going to the expansion of the Owen Roberts International Airport runway. So hopefully that clarifies that, because I am certain that the leader of opposition would hate to be saying that he doesn't care about those persons who travel in general aviation. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. The air traffic control management surveillance system to enable aircrafts within the Cayman Islands airspace to be accurately tracked by the traffic controllers, thus improving our safety and efficiency of our air traffic control services. And I'm quite sure the whole world and the Cayman Islands people will be happy to know that we're able to be more safe at the airport. 5, an environmental impact assessment as a first step in relocating and preparing for the completion of an airport in Little Cayman. 6, the development of a conceptual drawing for expanding the terminal at Oriya to meet current and future demands, or which will include jetways, also known as boarding bridges, and rain cover on the land side. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say I have inquired about the cost of providing temporary jetways, because there may be some time before we get to the air bridges. In the interim, until the long-term master plan is implemented or decided on, that we can put those in. But when that information is available for me in respect to what the temporary cost would be and whether or not my colleagues would support the cost for that, I'll be making that public. But we have had some preliminary information, so look out in due course for a potential announcement about that. I know I think some members have recently traveled and recognized the headache of the rainy season and the effects of it. So every rainy season, it becomes a heightened issue. As it has been widely reported, Mr. Speaker, there will be a modest increase in the head tax to support these necessary infrastructure improvements. These adjustments are crucial to maintaining the high standards that make the Cayman Islands an exceptional destination. Mr. Speaker, I want to share something because the leader of opposition talked about the increase in fees and getting ahead of ourselves and the revenue we have to increase. Now, I recall quite clearly that the progressive-led administration was in power for 8 years before we took office. And they have explained that they were willing, they were a government that did not increase any taxes or fees on the people. Sounds good. Sounds like good politics. But especially when you examine how to run an economy, I think the leader of opposition on behalf of his members should also recognize how you run a company. Because they should have been able to recognize that the country was growing, and therefore the expenses were also growing. With the population growth, we needed to have a service that reflected the need of the economy. But yet still we were depending on the same revenue because it was politically good. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, and it goes back to the revenues at the Airports Authority and the Port Authority. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. The truth is the fees were never increased for over 20 years at the airport, but we're expected to give sophisticated equipment, services, employees, and so forth without increasing the revenue. So please, what the problem is here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a lot of things that we have to address that were not addressed post a pandemic, which plenty of people have seemed to have forgotten, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't cheap to get through the pandemic. I give credit to the last administration and this administration for helping people so much through the pandemic to give them money in their pockets so they can survive. But it came with a cost. And it seemed as if people have forgotten, because the truth is, if you check other Caribbean islands in the region, most of them had to go into debt. Most of them had to go into debt. Matter of fact, most of them, as we all know, risked their people's lives by opening earlier than they should because they were going further into debt and they needed the money for tourism. You know what we did? And now we're being accused for going further into debt. We decided to say, you know what, we're going to cover the cost, even though it's going to cost us because we wanted to protect the people. The opposition and this administration consciously made that decision together to do it at the right time. And it came with costs. So let's be fair about the realities. And you know how much millions of dollars we had to pay every month while we were closed. You know how much work the department and ministry has to do to catch back up while the other Caribbean islands have been open for almost 6 months to a year before us. Let's be fair about the truth. And let's not be masters of exaggeration for political gain. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the Cayman Islands Airports Authority will also be undertaking the following projects and upgrades. 7, the airport security screening equipment upgrade, where we need the money to do it because it hasn't been increased in over 20 years. We used, for the facilities at the airport, we used to charge $1. $1 for security equipment. This project will replace existing second-generation baggage and passenger screening equipment with the latest advanced technology that will reduce the numbers of manual searches that cause these long lines and eliminate the need for removing liquids out of your bag every time you go and travel, and gels and electronic equipment from your carry-on bags, which will improve the efficiency at the airport. 8, the perimeter fencing to replace the existing fence around the perimeter of the Charles Colonel International Airport in Cayman Brac. Number 9, upgrade the perimeter fencing on the south side of the Owen Roberts International Airport. Number 10, long-term parking to address the capacity constraints being experienced on weekends and to add more parking availability to our airport employees. because, you know, sometimes they have to park 2 miles down the road just to get to work. And I feel bad for them. Number 11, the departure hall expansion to create more space for departing passengers on the second level. This will ease the congestion on the departure side on peak days. Mr. Speaker, this is just a snapshot. Other projects will also be undertaken, and I will further update the country as they take place. On the operational side, the Airports Authority will be continuing its recruitment drive to fill a number of vacancies across various departments to ensure that the organization is properly resourced. Safety is a priority, and with increasing volumes of traffic, it is imperative to have the resources required to ensure that passenger safety and security are handled appropriately, as these are the two priority functions in the airport's daily operations. Mr. Speaker, turning now to our national airline, Cayman Airways. As an economic accelerator for the Cayman Islands, Cayman Airways is being effectively used to successfully launch new routes, such as Los Angeles and Panama, which allows our country to tap into new markets and reach further afield than ever before. Such gateways are a part of a broader national strategy aimed at growing and diversifying our tourism and financial industries. In partnership with the Department of Tourism and other stakeholders, these routes provide new and easier ways for visitors to travel to and from Cayman, and also open new opportunities for trade and investment. Looking ahead into 2024-2025, we firmly believe that Cayman Airways will continue to be a significant contributor to the local economy, and it remains an important strategic tool for the government in achieving positive economic growth. The purchase of services from Cayman Airways by the Cayman Islands government is a part of a strategic investment in our local economy. Having our own national airline able to be deployed in tandem with our tourism building initiatives gives us an immense advantage over many other neighboring countries who compete against us. To that end, the Ministry and the Department of Tourism intends to continue to work closely with Cayman Airways to evaluate and develop tourism routes to maximize the return on the country's investment in the national airline. Pre-COVID, in 2019, the national airline transported 410,000 passengers on their record-breaking year. And Cayman Airways is on target to surpass that number right here in this year, 2023. So you can tap a little louder, make everybody hear your formal Benson.
Minister, may I invite you to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I invite the House to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 to allow the House to continue beyond the hour of 4:30 until the 9 p.m. as you indicated earlier today.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 10-2 is accordingly suspended, and I invite the Minister speaking to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where was I? Let me just find my way, Mr. Speaker. In addition to its own substantial passenger loads, the strategic use of Cayman Airways also provides benefit to the country's tourism industry in other ways. Over the years, our country has also relied on the national airline to develop new routes into self-sustainable markets. Examples of this are Chicago, Houston, Dallas, Washington, D.C., and many others. In fact, Mr. Speaker, almost every route currently operated by other airlines between the Cayman Islands and the United States of America was started by our national airline, Cayman Airways, and I think that is worthy of a knock on the table. Looking now closer to home, the government is also very mindful of the needs of our sister islands. In 2023, the government provided funding for a third twin-otter aircraft for the national flag carrier. As the twin-otter is currently the only aircraft that is suitable for Cayman Airways to operate into and out of Little Cayman with more than 9 seats. This third aircraft will add a crucial layer of redundancy, but perhaps more importantly, provide an opportunity for more capacity and visitation in Little Cayman. Also, as the existing fleet of SAB 340B plus aircrafts start approaching their retirement age, Cayman Airways has begun to actively evaluate the possibilities of a new aircraft type to service Cayman Brac. It is anticipated that this evaluation will be completed during the budget period, and the recommendations will be presented to government for consideration in the coming year. In 2024, we intend to bring Cayman Airways as closely in line as possible to the core government's requirements under the Public Authorities Act. This legal requirement comes at a significant cost, though, Mr. Speaker, for the airline, and hence the requirements for an increased amount of equity injection it receives from government. The airline's bottom line has and will continue to be affected by this increase in staff cost, but the equity injection will mitigate the impact of the increased costs related to employee remuneration and compensation. Mr. Speaker, allow me to add this point. It is sometimes I feel it's unfair when criticisms are born and we forget exactly the decisions that were made to cause the effects of today. Let me repeat that, or repeat what I said earlier. The legal requirements with the Public Authorities Act. The Public Authorities Act was made not in the last administration, the administration before that. As a result of doing that, we now as a government have to give Cayman Airways more money to be able to be in line with the civil service. We never caused that increase. So be careful with the criticisms, because we could be more difficult in respect to our responses. But we know we're going to do well, and we're focused on moving forward as the United People's Movement. Mr. Speaker, in April of this year, the former Tourism Attractions Board was reestablished as the Cayman Islands National Attractions Authority to more closely reflect the functions that it actually performs. Since then, a board has been appointed to manage the achievements of the key strategic goals over 2024 and 2025 financial year. This will include the craft market and the tourism waterfront experience, which I spoke to earlier in my contribution. Turning my attention now to the Cayman Islands Tourism Conservation Center. Over the period of 2024-2025, the center will be undertaking a major but necessary project of replacing the seaside saltwater pumps and the saltwater replacement pipes. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, the existing pump stations were constructed in 1999, and the current underground pipe supplies were actually approximately 48 years old. Man, that's all I mean, you know. Well, them pipes might be brittle. They have faced multiple breaks, particularly because they're under the road. Their age makes them brittle, and their long-term reliability remains uncertain. And Mr. Speaker, I don't have to say what would happen to our livestock at the center if those pipes are no longer functional. When the pipes breaks, it has a major effect on cost and its critical importance to the lives of the turtles. At present, the Turtle Center primarily relies on the financial support from the Cayman Islands government. The reliance would become even more substantial if major cruise lines decline to omit Grand Cayman from their itineraries. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to go back to that very sensitive area because sometimes we don't recognize the decision and how it trickled down to other places. We subsidize the Turtle Center to a very large amount. And sometimes those subsidies are for turtle meat, which I'll get to shortly. And if our cruise numbers continue to decline, it's also going to affect one of our abilities to operate the turtle farm. It costs us millions and millions of dollars. I'm making a profit from turtle meat. For the ship there, he said. The impact from this decline in passengers would be significant, Mr. Speaker. This is another reason why it's necessary for us to have a clear understanding from the people on what the country's true position is in respect to the cruise industry. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, although I'm happy with the work the center is doing, there remains a big concern regarding the availability of turtle meat. And I hope, I heard there was once a turtle meat session in Parliament. And I hope this doesn't cause too much concern, but allow me to read. The ability to sustainably meet the rising demand is in question. I intend to meet with the board and the CEO in the new year to discuss best strategies moving forward. Soon I'll lock everybody else that come here to want to eat turtle meat. It should only be for Caymanians, but I didn't say that. That was my inner voice. Mr. Speaker, we will come and make announcements later as to how critical the circumstances are, but it's been brought to my attention. Mr. Speaker, continuing now to the Port Authority. During the 2024-2025 budget period, the Port Authority plans to undertake a number of projects, including upgrading the docks in Georgetown, Spots, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. These docks are aged between 30 and 45 years old and are showing various levels of wear and tear. They require urgent refurbishment and maintenance to keep them operating in a safe and efficient manner. The Port Authority will also be purchasing some well-needed equipment to replace and augment their aging fleet of container handling equipment and improve the infrastructure to keep them operating optimally. To this end, the Port Authority plans to acquire a dockside crane to add to the two 35-year-old container cranes, also to add 2 container handler forklifts and 3 chassis and fleet vehicles to support the fleet at the cargo distribution center. The port will also continue the channel marker projects started last fiscal year and plan to acquire 2 vessels, one for the Harbor Patrol Division in Grand Cayman and the other for the Port Authority in Cayman Brac. These and other activities will extend the functional useful life of the port assets to enable them to be used in the delivery of cargo and improving the safe and pleasant environment of our cruise guests. Mr. Speaker, having provided a brief overview on each of the statutory authorities, I would like now to spend some time on updating the public on matters concerning the cargo port. By way of background for the public's understanding, I should begin by stating that our cargo port services serves as the main port of entry for 95% of imported goods in the Cayman Islands. During the day, it is used as a cruise operation, and it transitions to cargo port operations at night between the hours of 6 p.m. and 5 a.m. It has been commonly known for some time that the cargo port is struggling to handle the levels of cargo being imported to sustain the demands of our rapid growing population. The situation is further compounded by two main issues, Mr. Speaker. One, cargo vessels that are currently servicing our islands are reaching their end of their lifespan. As they transition out of service, they are being replaced with larger vessels. When fully loaded, these larger vessels require a deeper draft. That is, they need to be in deeper water than exists at the current port right now. Secondly, the newer cargo ships are also much wider and carry containers stacked 8 or 10 across. The two cranes operated at the Port Authority have a reach of 6 across and are incapable of lifting containers across vessels with such wide spans. Aside from these issues, Mr. Speaker, as the levels of imported cargo increases, the port will face challenges due to the limitation with the size of its container storage area, trucking capacity, warehouse capacity, and its ability to provide services to customers with respect to revenue collection and cargo delivery. Mr. Speaker, taking all of these issues into account, the reality is the country will be faced with a crisis if a solution to the cargo port capacity issues is not identified soon. Earlier this year, I advised the public that Cabinet had granted its approval for a business case to be developed, which would look at the benefits and the cost of either expanding the cargo port at its current location in Georgetown or establishing a new port at an alternate location. I am pleased to report that after a comprehensive RFP process, KPMG have been appointed to develop the business case. It is anticipated that in early 2024, during January and February, an information gathering exercise will be undertaken, and from this, the team will be able to review options for moving forward. And I look forward to updating the country when that information comes in. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that I address another elephant in the room, and that is the way that I market and promote these beautiful islands. When our borders reopened, I embarked on an extensive roadshow letting the world know that we were open for business and that we were ready to give travelers the kind of experiences that they would remember forever and that they were keen to repeat. Taking that approach bore fruit and helped to increase the visitation numbers. I started this year with the same approach, doubling down to interact with the movers and shakers and decision makers within tourism. Over the course of this year, my ministry selectively targeted some of the most lucrative travel and trade fairs to consistently promote our islands and its attributes. On their recommendations, I had delivered keynote speeches at a variety of well-chosen conferences and spoken on a number of panels, ensuring that the Cayman Islands' perspective as an industry leader is sought after and well documented. These included, Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association Caribbean Travel Marketplace, showing our island's vibrant tourism product, CARIF, better known as the Caribbean Infrastructure Forum, the Caribbean Tourism Organization's Tourism Week in New York, the CTO State of the Tourism Industry, which happened in Turks and Caicos this year, the Caribbean Association of Bankers, which happened in Trinidad, and also, among others, the Caribbean Investment Summit. On the surface, Mr. Speaker, it might seem strange for me as tourism minister to be speaking at a banking and investment summit. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, tourism is an industry with a high percentage of micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. In many instances, the lack of access to capital is a major hindrance to their ability to grow and develop. This has become worse since the pandemic, which forced many small businesses to permanently close. And it has become even worse with the rising in interest rates. Here at home, I've introduced a visitor experience development fund, which I spoke to earlier, to aid those who are caught in this type of situation. And at a regional level, my chairmanship of the CTO also provides additional opportunities for me to address all kinds of tourism-related issues. In this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, I was able to speak with regional banks and financial institutions to advocate for more support and funding for micro and small businesses operating within the tourism space within the Caribbean region. And for those who might be wondering how that could possibly benefit small businesses here in the Cayman Islands, the answer is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. Because when banks like the Republic Bank, headquartered in Trinidad and Tobago, make the decision to provide more capital funding for SMEs, that decision impacts our customers here and all of their holdings, including customers at our beloved Cayman National Bank, which recently merged with the Republic Bank. So although there doesn't appear to be a connection on the surface, there usually always is, Mr. Speaker. We don't go on these conferences for fun. Matter of fact, it's becoming more burdensome than ever. But this is just one example of the type of exposure and the benefit our islands receive through me being the CTO chairman. But I digress, Mr. Speaker, because I was speaking about my attendance at various forums promoting the Cayman Islands. But it truly boggles my mind that people find it so hard to understand that as the Minister of Tourism, my job is to promote the Cayman Islands. And I cannot always do that sitting behind a desk, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because it's vital that our islands maintain a physical presence at important conferences and industry-related trade shows, not just to keep the business that we currently have, but also keep on building and growing, networking, and influencing key decision makers in the tourism space. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that it isn't easy being in this competitive market, trying to outshine or outperform destinations that are larger than us, that have more money in their budget for marketing than us. And sometimes they have even more diverse tourism product. In some cases, they have beaches that are just as impressive as the 7 Mile Beach and extend as far as the eye can see from either side. I've seen it. I've had the luxury on behalf of the good people of this country to be exposed to it. It seems that some people have quickly forgotten that the whole world went through a COVID pandemic. Some destinations took that as an opportunity to upgrade their tourism product. Others used the time to bring their entirely new products to their markets. What they all seem to have done was embark on campaigns to bring visitors back to their jurisdictions. And the Cayman Islands should be no different in that regard. Pent-up demand is no longer at the level that it was when the borders reopened globally, which means that we have to work even harder to attract attention and bring visitors to our islands to experience Georgetown, Bordentown, West Bay, Cayman Brac, North Side, and everywhere in between. I didn't miss out anywhere, did I? East End. Minister, I apologize. I'll make it up to you. Okay, I'm forgiven. Thank you. Over the coming budget period, over the coming budget period, having seen firsthand how effective personal interaction can be, I intend to maintain our island's high visibility and presence at strategic events. And in 2024, the ministry will shift its focus to include other niche areas with potential to drive incremental tourism to our country. Things like fashion, having fashion conferences here, film, music, the arts. We have to diversify our offerings. As you heard me say earlier, Mr. Speaker, conference tourism. On that note, I am pleased to advise, Mr. Speaker, that we now have a film rebate policy approved by Cabinet that will help attract film production companies to the Cayman Islands as a destination for their productions. The policy provides for a rebate for productions that have injected at least $250,000 into our economy, and provides a pathway for Caymanians to provide labor and support services to these productions, as well as receiving training, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm committed. My team is committed. And in my opinion, they are some of the most professional, qualified, competent tourism ambassadors in the region. Because I see my team work competing against the rest of them. And we're one of the smallest jurisdictions among them all. Mr. Speaker, my aim for tourism has not changed since I took this portfolio. In 2024, I look forward to promoting and marketing the Cayman Islands to the best of my ability, because that is what the industry requires in order to be successful. And the Caymanian business people expect me to get numbers here so they can make money. It is also what our tourism partners want and expect from me. Because when tourism is strong, our retail, our hospitality, our workers' gratuities are bigger and better. Our people make more money and earn more wages. And the ripple effect goes around and around and around our economy. On the flip side of that equation, as well as attending such events overseas, the Ministry and the Department of Tourism have also worked hard to bring conferences here. Matter of fact, I got a notification there's a women's police conference that's supposed to be coming. Anybody aware of it? Yeah. You know, okay. Just got that notice today. I'm telling you, conference tourism is a good money maker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry and the Department of Tourism have also worked hard to bring conferences here, injecting revenue into our economy and bring world-class experiences to our shores for people to participate in and benefit from, like the PAMAC conference and the wedding summit that I spoke about earlier. That was a really good conference. I'm so proud of my team for bringing that here. Those are just two examples of successful strategies that have paid dividends in terms of generating future bookings for our destination. And you can trust and believe that the hoteliers are happy. Bookings are up, and the future is looking bright. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, we may say some stuff about tourism, but you know Mark Longevon hasn't called me in about 7 months. And if he's not calling me, things good. I can promise you that. And for those who are listening, Mark Longevon was the former president of CETA, Cayman Islands Tourism Association. Now, we may have a little grumble here and there, but mostly, Mr. Speaker, the people are happy with the numbers that we have. Can we get more? Of course. Ask anybody who do they want more of, unless it's bills. So, Mr. Speaker, we're on the right track. And to be honest with you, we've been criticized for not getting back to 2019 numbers. To be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, if we were back to 2019 numbers already, think about the traffic we're going through right now. What would be out there? It may make sense for us to do this proper gradual growth back to those numbers, while my good minister, who's in charge of infrastructure, like how he did just yesterday, open some more roads, so we can get back there without having the negative effects that many people used to complain about in 2019. Mr. Speaker, it is evident from my contribution today that the Cayman Islands tourism sector has demonstrated exceptional resilience and performance and has significantly contributed to the economic well-being of our nation. The revenue generated has been instrumental in funding critical public services, infrastructure development, and social welfare programs that you hear our Honorable Premier spoke to on Friday. And as the Minister with responsibility for the second pillar to our economy, I'm extremely proud of all that the staff in my ministry and the department and statutory authorities have accomplished. They worked hard. I'm honored to be their minister. Beyond the achievements of my ministry, I am mindful that it is sometimes expressed that the promises made on a campaign trail are for the sole purpose of winning elections. Once elected, they're quickly forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I not only stand by my own campaign promises, I'm proud to say that many of them have been achieved. And steady progress is being made towards the achievement of those which have not yet been completed. And for example, Mr. Speaker, I've advocated for government to purchase land that is being transformed ever so beautifully as we speak to the Central Scranton Park Community Park. And I can't wait to execute that ribbon cutting, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, you'll be right there with me, because we've been on this journey together a long time. I've advocated for the increase in the amount of $35,000 to $50,000 for people to withdraw from their pensions, and I'm pleased that that's now in effect. And I want to thank my good member, the Honorable Christopher Saunders, for his hard work. I'm back. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm not supposed to refer to the member by his name, so I ask your forgiveness. But the good member from Bordentown West. Yes. We've been advocating for that since we were in opposition. It is finally here, and I'm happy to say that the good minister responsible has ensured that the Gazette has been finalized on Friday. Also, I've advocated for the benefits provided to seafarers to be increased. Now, I know the opposition is going to want to take credit for that because they're the first one to say it on the floor. But what they didn't know is the good Honorable Deputy Premier was already in the works before any notion of you requesting it. But I understand the politics of it. I did it when I was in opposition too. The first one who get out there to say it will try to get the credit. See, they did it because I say so. The Honorable Deputy Premier was working on that for a long time, but we were managing our monies right. We had to do it at the right time. I've also advocated for the reintroduction of the GG-HAM program, Mr. Speaker, which have now been reestablished under a new program called HOME, which is known for Home Ownership Mortgage Empowerment Program. That's all in my manifesto. I've also advocated for an increase in the minimum wage, and as you heard earlier, a report has been completed and noted by Cabinet, and I anticipate the minister responsible will speak more to that in due course. Mr. Speaker, the list can go on, but the point I'm making is illustrating that it is totally possible for independent members of a government made up of independents to get things done. Maybe it's the leadership. Because when a group of like-minded individuals get together for the greater good of the people, there's no limit to what can be achieved. And I truly believe in my heart that we're going to accomplish a whole lot in the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I'll be making my own announcements regarding what I've been able to accomplish. And there's a time and a place for campaigning. This is not the time for that. And my people will hear more from me in the new year. And just if I can sneak this in, Georgetown Central, I love you. As I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, to underscore the unity within the United People's Movement, is not just a rallying cry for political cooperation. But a demonstration that all challenges can be overcome for the greater good from a position of togetherness. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, it's not by chance that the word people is included at the center of the United Peoples Movement. Neither is it there just to describe a collective mass, but rather in recognition of the diversity, the aspirations, and the dreams of each individual person that calls these islands home. I trust it has been evident within my contribution to this debate that the policies and the programs undertaken by the Ministry of Tourism and Ports have been crafted with a keen understanding of the needs of the people, and recognize that true progress can only be achieved when every citizen is empowered to achieve, irrespective of their background or their circumstances. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe I can speak confidently on behalf of the ministry in stating that we are forward-thinking, visionary, and resolute in our dedication to shaping our tourism industry, in which will align with the aspirations of the Caymanian people. We are working hard to create a tourism product that is globally competitive, environmentally and socially sustainable, and provides meaningful opportunities for investment and career growth. I'm heartened by the progress we have made, Mr. Speaker, and I am looking forward to making even greater strides in the coming year. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also take a moment to specifically acknowledge our civil servants. Because the truth is, having worked in the government administration building for over 2 years now, I've really seen how hard-working and dedicated and committed and efficient our civil servants can be. They are the conduit for delivering our government's policies and our services, and a huge cross-section of our population interact with them and depend on them every single day. Mr. Speaker, I know the government has granted an honorarium to civil servants as a way of thanking them for their service. And if it was up to me, I would give them another $1,500 if I had the money. But we don't have it right now. But I want to take this opportunity to personally say my own heartfelt thanks to you, each and every one of you, because trust me, the work that you do on behalf of the government is greatly appreciated. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to charting a course in 2024-2025, along with my colleagues on this side, towards a brighter and more unified future for all that call these beautiful islands home. I wish everyone hearing my voice a peaceful and Merry Christmas and all the very, very best for 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? The member from West Bay West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to put on record birthday wishes to Mrs. Maduna. I think you know that person, Mr. Speaker. And my friend, Ms. Maduna, Mr. Speaker, who is 92 today. And birthday wishes to Mrs. Laverne Ryan, my friend in Cayman, whose birthday was yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to do what might be my last budget debate, should I choose not to run again. Mr. Speaker, this budget being my 39th such debate, covering 40 and a half years inclusive of the budget for 2025. If I exit politics in 2025, God willing, it would be 40 and a half years that I have served my people as an elected member of this honorable House. And that brings to thought many, many things, Mr. Speaker. I just enjoyed the speech from my colleague, Minister for Tourism. And he talked about how much he had to travel. But I can never forget the criticism he put on me on one of your platforms, Mr. Speaker, about my traveling for tourism. So I had to think, what a difference a day makes. But I think that our tourism is in good hands. The things that he has outlined is what is needed, and I will get to at least one of them a little later. The budget, Mr. Speaker, in 1985 was about 2 inches thick. Look at it today. Some might say not good for our people, but coming from where Cayman mostly did what was thought best for Cayman. The 1,000 pages today says much of how Cayman has followed the world in putting in place bureaucratic practices. That has not boded well for efficiencies as much as one might think that international governmental practices would or should help small island developing states like ours. However, the cost that bureaucracy, in the name of better standards and better governance, is costing this country is no small amount. When those who push us into it are no example for any small country to follow. Well, Mr. Speaker, this will likely be my shortest debate, this budget. My longest was a full 2 days. This UPM administration is about building Caymanians and giving opportunities to our people, finding ways and means to make Cayman better. So the next 14 months means work, 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 and more work. I am parliamentary secretary in two ministries, and I have 2 ministers who know how to get things done and know that we are expected to deal with the problems affecting our islands. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, we cannot get everything done, but we can start to fix the many situations affecting our people. Traffic, cost of living, housing, immigration matters, crime. And on crime, we have to ensure that more of our people are working. And I know we get quotes and get figures that says we have a very small unemployment ratio. But there are people, for whatever reason, and I think putting them to work will help to bring a reduction in criminal behavior. Mr. Speaker, there are several things in the budget that I want to mention before I sit down. Mr. Speaker, the additional increase to government pensioners has met with much appreciation. And I'm glad that the Premier took that on immediately and dealt with it in time for this payday for them. We still have to look at those who get less than $100 or $300 to $900. We must bring them up to something more than that. But we have done well. One thing we need to remember, and one unique and important feature of any pension administered by the Public Service Pension Board, is that these pensions have automatic annual inflation protections. In response to inflation in 2022, substantive pensions for all public servants was augmented by 8.3%. And this was paid during 2023, retroactive to January this year. This is a very important feature that helps pensioners who are living on fixed incomes to be able to keep up with the cost of basic necessities. And it is estimated that more than 2,000 pensioners would have received that year's 8.3% augmentation, which is what we call COLA for pensioners. And 589 pensioners are receiving the ex gratia uplift, taking their pension now to $1,250. They are deserving, these pensioners, Mr. Speaker, who are in their old age. Some are not receiving anything much because they didn't work long. But if they worked 4 years, then they worked. If they worked 1 year. Not to say because salaries might have been small that they can get what the person that worked 20 years or 30 years and made a bigger salary, because that's how the pensions work. But I know that the Premier is working on the aspect of the uplift for the others, and I'm hoping that she will be able to report positively what we've been talking about. Mr. Speaker, we have a good cadre of civil servants. Some work very, very hard. Some work harder than others, of course. But we have to be thankful that we can get the kind of service. And not all of it is what we wanted, we know that. But by and large, the country is well served. It's well served, and nobody should feel that our civil servants shouldn't get the considerations that this government has just did. They deserve it, deserve more. We can't, we can only do so much to show appreciation. Means much when we do that. Mr. Speaker, it was good also for the Minister of Social, responsible for our people in need, through the Social Development Ministry. Cayman, what veterans we have left, and others that are in need, to have given them again for Christmas $250 extra, I think it is. This shows that we care about them. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of our biggest problems is cost of living. And so this is a help. This is a help for those persons who are at that level. He did bring it up to the 1,250 and was able to do that extra 250 this month, which carries the month anyway, the 1,500. So I want to say thank you publicly to the minister, for the colleagues who were working to make this happen. We do have a situation, and I talk about cost of living, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I noticed is the high cost if you have to do renovations or you have to fix something, renovation or addition to your house. And I imagine what poor people, and I had to tell someone this week, look, if you all keep up with this kind of pricing, where it looked to me like 2 and 3 times the value, instead of getting $150 a day, it seems to me that they want to carry home $400 or $500 a day. And it's job work to clean. And I said to them, to the person, I said, look, if this keeps up, people are not going to be able to fix their homes. They're not going to be able to renovate and fix because they can't afford it. And what that means that the standard of living in this country in housing will go down unless it gets so ridiculous that some governments say, hey, enough is enough, and put some sort of rate on it. But it is what I see happening. I don't know how poor people is going to get ahead or get their homes renovated or fixed. Yes, government is doing a lot of that. But I'm talking about these people the government can't help or not able to help or not applying to government, don't need government help, but yet they're getting to the point where they can't pay for a leaking roof. They can't pay for even plumbers. So, asking one and all out there to remember, Cayman not millionaires. Mr. Speaker, it's a good thing for government to purchase land. Government, as we all know, don't own land or a lot of land. And the minister and premier has, and other ministers now, looking at different properties that they could purchase for different needs, of course. And I think that's a good thing. I'm in support of purchasing some property in Barkers. Barkers is special. We paid a visit up there, and I didn't have to do that because I go there regularly. But in 2003, I purchased 163 acres up there. And since then, government bought also some of the head of Barkers. And we opened the Barkers National Park with the Prince. And he was here some years ago. And I'm encouraging the Premier and the Minister of Sustainability to reinstate the Barkers Rangers. Those men, several, 8 or 9 families were making an income from that. And Barkers was spick and span. People, tourists went there, sprayed their blanket, in the evening had candlelight. I've seen them there, candlelight dinner. Make their own, I guess. And so it was a place you want to go. Right now, I see them look like they're still stealing sand from up there. But I don't know that we can police all of that. But what else the Rangers did besides did a lot of work to clean it up. Barkers National Park, we called it. And it kept the druggists, the boats, drug boats, it slowed them down because there was always activity up there. And so it's slow. We know, at least I had some reports to say that slowed down there. So I'm encouraging, if we're going to keep it or buy it, plus what we got, we need hopefully to reinstate something like the Rangers, whatever they call them. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Health were able to put in place a new dialysis machine in our district or our district clinic, which will serve those persons who need such care in the districts. That's a big improvement for us. There are some roads that need to be done. I know that some of the other constituencies probably are worse off than mine. West Bay West, pretty well served. And I must say that the PPM, while I was Speaker, did help in getting roads cleared and roads widened. And so we did well. We still have some, but I know other constituencies in the district needs more. Mr. Speaker, two things that I want to speak about briefly. And I know this mightn't go down well in the House, but it's how I feel. With all the hell people are going through with the banking sector, I think it's time we should utilize our development bank, the Cayman Islands Development Bank, with full banking services in strategic districts. Cayman is one of the largest banking centers in the world. I know we've lost a tremendous, we used to have 500, I think the last big figure I'd heard some years ago, 532 banks, but they've gone down now to something like 92. That sector has lost tremendously. But we are one of still of the largest banking centers in the world with a very highly regulated and respected banking oversight body in SEMA. And government can put in all the restrictions, all the things that are needed to make it a proper bank. Cayman Islands' financial rating is AA3 by Moody's. An excellent credit rating, Mr. Speaker, and it is the same as the United Kingdom and Qatar, for instance. What this means is that investors express confidence in the Cayman Islands and as such are comfortable investing directly in the Cayman Islands, and hence the booming property market, for instance, that we see, because of the confidence in us. It won't be hard to draw depositors to the development bank. And we're going to have to do something, because I've seen an article recently from a well-respected person in the community. I mean, people are being put through a ringer to do business. And so we have to shade some of that. Although Cayman has one of the highest GDPs, Mr. Speaker, it also has the highest cost of living, and that is due to many factors, of course. High mortgage rates, high food costs, high housing costs, high medical costs, high insurance rates, property and personal. And so it's a less healthy population, less healthy lifestyle, nutrition and fitness. That's the stress we are going through, and plenty with is financial stress. So I would hope that that could be looked at, taken on board and looked at. And so the Cayman Islands must take a bold approach, I feel, as one of the leading financial centers of the world, and identify itself as such, with confidence with its own bank and financial administration. And we can do that, I think, in stages to ensure the government bank is run under proper stewardship, experience, and highly qualified bankers. Put in place regulations to govern exposure and good banking, receive deposits, and manage liquidity. Later on, expand operations to lend to Caymanian homeowners at reasonable rates, and continue thereon to expand banking. Review regular audits of operations to minimize the risk. Strong internal audit team reporting to SEMA. We have the means. We have the means. I don't know if we got the guts and the political will to do so, but I know it can work. And we should work to make it happen. The other matter, Mr. Speaker, I was glad to hear the Minister, my colleague, speak about cruise tourism, because that was something was near and dear to my heart. Why? Because cruise tourism is where Caymanians have invested in boats, in vehicles. That's what it. We don't own hotels or big condo blocks, but they own a boat. They will borrow to get their boat. So it's not a time to pull back and listen to some of the naysayers, because the truth is, what a huge fight for me back in 2000 to 2000 and, well, all the way through, to get them to accept that cruise tourism could bring not only just that visitor for the day, they come here and they see what they like, then they come back. And we instituted such a program to come back. And it works. They see it and they come. I mean, years ago, people got off the boat and they never went back to the United States. And I'm not talking about poor people either. Very wealthy people have done that. And Cayman is still attractive. I know we getting all this feedback about mashing up the environment. And as I said some time ago, Mr. Speaker, we have a pristine, still have a pristine environment. When you up that high in the plane and you can see the bottom of the ocean as clear as anything, and of course shallow water, but you can see it. Some places you go to the ocean, you pick up in your hand, you can't see your hand. We are lucky, blessed. We are blessed. And so I urge the minister to put some effort into building a pier. As I said earlier when he was speaking at Cayman Turtle Farm, for instance, the farm was built with the intention for a pier for a ship a day to pay for the farm. That's the kind of business plan we had when after the farm got mashed up in that hurricane that passed us, and we had to move. The industry took the decision to rebuild it on the next side and to do these things because we didn't have a lot of attractions to go to. Tourists didn't have a lot of attraction to go to. You got a few now. But that's the reason we built and removed the turtle farm from off of the shore side. To protect it, we lost tons of breeders in that when the farm got mashed up. Put it there. Put a pier there, a ship a day. And you know what? The cruise industry will work with the government to do it. They will. I took the captains from Florida Caribbean Cruise Association. They came here and they went, they said, this is a perfect place. The deep water, you don't have to do anything because the deep water is probably 60 feet, 50 feet off of the shoreline. You got the deep water right there. So, and they said it's better than Georgetown because how they got to anchor, the things that they have to anchor there. So I will urge UPM to support that initiative. Talk to Michelle Page. I know you do, Minister. And I know it is something that can happen, and we put it off for too long now, and we're spending millions and millions of dollars on Cayman Turtle Farm when we could have been putting money into it to come into government coffers. Because that was the intention it was built for. What I went through to get it, it wasn't long that it was built. As Benson had said that time in the meeting, they prayed a good prayer to the Lord, but it wasn't long when they started to talk that they threw God through the window. And it wasn't long that they started to cuss me about it. It wasn't long that they brought the police in to investigate it. George MacArthur had to tell them, this is the best financing deal that you could get. They brought the police. Oh, yeah. But I thank people like the late Mr. Bob Soto, who was on the board, and others who gave such valid information and valid recommendations for the farm. The farm is not reaching its financial goal because it's inhibited. We need that ship there. It was built for that purpose. So I said I'm going to encourage our government to do that. Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks to some civil servants who go above and beyond their duty, like Ms. Rosa Harris, our Director of Tourism, Tammy Hurlston, who's the Director for NAU. No matter what time she's away, or it's something strikes me the night I write her a letter, because you know some of you know that I stay up late. You know I write a call too. And I write her because I said, well, in the morning she will read it. Sometimes I'm so surprised that lady answers me. Could be 11, 12 o'clock at night. And she is a hard worker. And I know how much thanks she gets from the public. A good, hard-working young lady is Tammy Hurlston. And Gloria McField Nixon, a very professional lady and a hard worker to help things get done. Paulinda Mendoza is another one, taking care of the needs of our people. These are hard-working ladies. And others who are real workers in the civil service. And I want to say thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of them. Before I sit down, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all our people a very Merry Christmas and much hope for a better year ahead. I urge all to take time to look for family. Spend some time with family. As today we are here and today we could be gone. I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker. I hear the naysayers, but I'm hopeful for our island's future. We have much to be thankful for. God has been good to us, and I urge you all to do whatsoever we can to do good. Stop thinking negative. Let's build up, not tear down. Stop lying on people trying to get popularity. Stop lying. Help those in need. Take care of our children and our parents. Take care of our parents. Because when we lose them, we lost our best friend. Take care of our parents where any need exists. I want to thank the ministers who I think has taken a new lease on their tenure and is going to get good things done. This budget, I think, is fair. I remember the days, Mr. Speaker, when we said, boy, if we could only make $1 million surplus. Sometimes we didn't. Got into negative, but the time the next one come around, we will back up. And didn't help people as much as what we did today. Look at how much we're doing for education. How much education has improved. The minister has done extremely, extremely well in some of the programs that are put forward. And we need to understand that we need to let our people understand that this is no easy walk. I know some of them that believe that all they got to do is open their mouth and they can get elected. And then when they get here, they mightn't hold a job. Hold that position as long as they hold some jobs which they don't hold jobs. Once one job in a year and go on to the next one. And they think that it's easy to come in here and run this country. Cayman is not an easy country to run anymore. All those that want to talk about the good old days, yeah, good old days, we had to build what we got here, Mr. Speaker, hard work. And yes, we can look back on our people, but the present administrations in the last 40, 30 years have done extremely well for this country. Yes, some things could be better. Yes, we know that. I said I was closing, but I did have one last point, probably two. The leader of the opposition said much about a plan. Between 2009 and 2012, I started work on a country plan. Mr. Kennedy Banks and Mr. Leonard Dilbert was put in charge through the Premier's office. It's over 13 years now and still no plan. All of us know how badly a very good plan is needed. Development can't stop. These people think they can just stop it. Where they are going to get money from to do anything here? We have to have a better balance of what we do. But we can do that. We can manage. So I'm hoping a small developing state with all kinds of possibilities on our doorstep. People want to do care. We're not going to sit down here and dry up and die, as some people would like the world to believe. So much of our economic existence depends on development. We have to have discipline. What we want and how to get it and where we must put it. Those are the things that we have to consider. Yes, I am for going higher in building heights, whether it's 20 or whether it's 25. We need to do it to save property. Half our island is north sound. We're not building out it. Water. Half it next half, still loads of swamp. Loads of swamp, creating mosquitoes. Anyway, you know that we have to save some of it. We have to do some of it because that's what the environment is about. And I do know that there have been changes and nobody's telling me. I'm 67, be 68 in January, God willing. And I've seen the changes. There are things that are happening. And we can do some things about it. But don't talk about stopping. And having said that, I want to say to my front bench, bring that law and change that council that is stopping everything. Where in the world, Mr. Speaker, do you hear one government department suing another government department? Where? Should not have been allowed to happen. Given that kind of power to people who are extreme on one side about not doing anything, They don't want anything, seems like. Must be back in the 50s. Who want to sleep with a cardboard fan? Huh? Who wants but cookerums about, and they use this thing like it's sexy, you know, it's so, oh, that's good, that's heritage. Yeah, we had to do so, but it wasn't a good thing. It wasn't a good thing to have an outside little kitchen. And Cayman has done well. We've come far. We've made a good standard of living. We need to take care of our people, and that's what we're all about. I know that the housing matter was raised, and the opposition leader called for a policy. I want to tell you what Mr. Ronald Martin told the planning department. I don't need a plan, I need a house. People need a building, they need a house. Policy, plan, of course, Mr. Leader, is important. Yes. But when you see the need and you act and put something in place, that's the plan. Yes, we got our policy, but people need a house. And I want to encourage my minister and his work that he's doing to try to put houses in, but not enough. We don't have enough money to do what we would like to do for housing and get people in a house. We got several plans. I think I've gone past the time I allotted myself, and I want to, again, say I am hopeful, Mr. Speaker, for our island. It can't be Salvation Army to the whole world, but we can get good people here with a good immigration policy and keep good people here and make them feel like that they're spending, and when they spend, they will give to our social clubs. That's what happens when people are happy with where they are. They contribute. And that's what we need. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, member from West Bay West. The Minister for Culture and various other things. The Minister for Youth, Sports and Heritage. They change these so often I can't remember.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Come on, we're good. I got plenty here, man. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to address this honorable House, I do so with great sense of pride, as I'm grateful and humbled by the opportunity to present and give an outline of the plans for the Minister of Youth, Sports and Heritage. But right off the bat, Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the hardworking and committed people of East End, the district which I have the honor of representing. I also want to express sincere gratitude to the Premier, Honorable Juliana O'Connell-Conley, for affording me the opportunity to serve in this capacity, together with my cabinet colleagues, with whom I have the pleasure of working as a part of the United People's Movement. I'm particularly pleased to have the support of Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Bernie Bush, whose wealth of knowledge and experience will help propel us forward in achieving the ministry and the government priorities. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to deliver my budget address on the 24-25 financial year for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Heritage, I want to state that it's not just a fiscal plan, but a commitment to our purpose, which is to preserve our past and strengthen our future. Mr. Speaker, our budget reflects our appreciation and the understanding of the critical role that youth, sports, and heritage play in shaping a future where every young mind is a beacon of potential. Every sporting experience is a platform to exhibit excellence, and every expression of heritage a testament of what it means to be Caymanian. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of members of this Honourable House the accomplishments of the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, now known as the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Heritage. We have responsibility, Mr. Speaker, for 2 government departments and 3 statutory authorities and government companies, mainly Department of Sports, Youth Services Unit, the National Gallery excuse me, of the Cayman Islands, Cayman National Cultural Foundation, and the Cayman Islands National Museum. These entities, Mr. Speaker, play pivotal roles in fostering physical well-being, talent development, youth empowerment, cultural preservation and awareness of the Cayman Islands heritage. Together, they contribute significantly to our community and who we are as a nation. However, while acknowledging the fiscal challenges within these subject areas, Mr. Speaker, my ministry remains steadfast in advocating for and ensuring the fulfillment of our 3 priorities. 1, talent identification and development. 2, enhancement and empowerment of our youth. And 3, awareness and preservation of culture and heritage. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's accomplishments during the 22-23 budget cycle were many, and the team undertook several key initiatives which will be elaborated upon in our upcoming end-of-year report. Among these accomplishments, Mr. Speaker, a significant amount of effort has been directed towards a comprehensive review of the various policy framework which currently exists for youth, sports, culture and heritage. These include a review of the National Youth Policy, the National Sports Policy, and the National Culture and Heritage Policies for the Cayman Islands. The Ministry also recognized the need for a comprehensive review and development of operational policies for entities to ensure best practices, reduce liabilities and risk, as well as provide for safe and secure programs and facilities. Such reviews help identify strengths and challenges to ensure that with the implementation of new policies, the operational components of the entities are in place. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we embarked on many capital works and renovations on 11 of our sports stadiums and sites across all districts. This extensive project encompassed upgrades, refurbishments, enhanced seating, as well as installation of advanced lighting and proper irrigation system for the fields. I'm pleased to share, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry has successfully completed the procurement process for updating the national youth and national sports policies. These strategic initiatives are tailored to update the current policies which are outdated or expired, and to meet the existing and imminent needs of our communities. Such policies will serve to enhance youth and sports policies, programs, and projects for the Cayman Islands, and aims to support the overarching vision, values, and strategic direction for youth and sports development in our country. This comprehensive update seeks to align every facet of the policy with the evolving landscape of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, both policy updates are slated to commence in January 2024 and will involve significant stakeholder engagement, analysis, and input. These policies will be long-term strategies and make accommodation for the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of achieving the outcomes. Aligned with this, Mr. Speaker, we have taken proactive steps to re-establish the National Youth Commission and establish the first National Sports Commission, which will support the efforts of the Department of Sports and the Youth Services Unit. Both commissions are being diligently working behind the scenes to set comprehensive parameters and criteria, laying the necessary groundwork on the essential review of these much-needed national youth and sports policies. Mr. Speaker, I wish to pause and express heartfelt appreciation to the dedicated members of the commissions who have volunteered their time and tireless efforts to advance these critical subject areas. We eagerly anticipate the outcomes stemming from these policies and the Commission's involvement in the monitoring and the implementation of the action plans. We look forward to these plans serving as the country's guide to addressing the diverse needs of our vibrant youth and sports communities. Mr. Speaker, let me know, as you permit me, to highlight a significant undertaking by the Ministry: the initiation of a heritage campaign driven by a singular goal to understand and appreciate the historical roots, traditions, and legacies Caymanian heritage. We recognize that our heritage is not just a collection of artifacts. It is a living, breathing essence that shapes our collective identity, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, our aim is to ensure its enduring legacy for both present and future generations. This includes the approval necessary by the government to identify the national dish, dress, dance, dessert, and drink. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and members of the public would be aware of the recent announcement of the Cabinet approval for recognition and reinstatement of Emancipation Day. This will be a public holiday to be observed on the first Monday in May, beginning in 2024, and will replace the Discovery Day holiday. This decision is rooted in a 2-year-long process of research, discussions, historical reviews, and collection of data in an effort to acknowledge this critical part of Cayman's past. Mr. Speaker, the reinstatement of Emancipation Day in May is a pivotal move, honoring our unique history and fostering national pride. Historical records reveal vibrant celebrations in Bordentown well into the 20th century. Yet, many are unaware of this vital aspect of our heritage. It is imperative not to forget this missing piece of our history, as the removal of Emancipation Day suggests a rewriting of Cayman's history and undermines our heritage and where we have come from. In tandem with Emancipation Day, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will reshape District Heritage Days, giving them dedicated time more affiliated with other heritage activities and events. Such endeavors align perfectly with the Ministry's purpose, which is to preserve our past and strengthen our future. Other accomplishments under the area of culture and heritage included working alongside event organizers to craft authentic activities that resonate with our Caymanian heritage, including incorporating more local artisans in private sector events. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry developed an operational framework to guide one of our major national events, National Heroes Day. This involved initiating a multidisciplinary approach and discussion for developing the initiation and management of the nomination process, managing the National Heroes Day Committee, and the development and communication aspects of the nomination period. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry also offered the support to the initial restoration of the SV Fairweather, a vessel which was built in shipyards in Cayman Brac and Jamaica, and is believed to be the final wooden schooner constructed by the Cayman Boats Limited. The schooner is not only the last known to be built, but also the last known ship capable of sailing. This restoration process has also offered apprenticeship opportunities at this time to 4 young Caymanian men from Cayman Brac and Grand Cayman to be part of this process, building, learning, and developing the skills of our forefathers and what was a significant part of where we came from as an industry. Upon the completion of the restoration, we look forward to the SV Fairweather returning home to our beloved Isles in celebration of our seafaring and shipbuilding heritage. Mr. Speaker, our ministry and its entities are known for its dynamic and impactful initiatives. We have successfully organized a variety of significant events, such as the Caymanian Proud panel discussions, Cayman Christmas events, Pirates Week, Songs in the Park, Family District Fund Days, as well as the inaugural Youth Empowerment Symposium, and proud of them in collaboration with the Youth Services Unit. Additionally, we have engaged ongoing programming, summer camps, and various intergenerational activities through the ministry's departments and statutory organizations, showcasing our commitment to fostering community connections with our young people and older persons. A major highlight for this month is a Christmas choir competition, which involves individuals of all ages to participate in a family-friendly event with enticing prizes. Last year, inaugural event took place in West Bay's Heritage Park, and this year, I am excited to bring it to my constituent district of East End. Mr. Speaker, other noteworthy milestones include the opening of 2 new facilities, the Intergenerational Hub on McLendon Drive in Georgetown, which has already become a center of activity. The hub provides for opportunities for public-private partnerships for activities which can include our young and older persons in recreational activities such as thatch rope making and physical and strengthening exercises. This facility allows for a host of other experiences which will allow for storytelling across generations and knowledge sharing of our history between older and young people. I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that we are now eagerly anticipating the opening of our upcoming satellite museum, the Cayman Collection Center, this coming Friday, December 15th, at between the hours of 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that you'll allow us a break to go down for that opening because we consider this very important in our history, sir. This exciting venture is a partnership with the Cayman Islands National Museum and will be located at the former Motor Museum in West Bay. The Cayman Collection Center will open with a display of previously unseen artifacts held and stored by the National Museum and will provide a new view of historical artifacts. Again, sir, we trust you and the members of this House will make the effort to immerse yourselves in all that these 2 facilities has to offer. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry continues to actively support individuals and organizations through its grants process, and in order to ensure strategic alignment with the Ministry's priorities and the overarching outcomes that matters most for the government, a dedicated grant review committee was established in which evaluated funding proposals for all of our subject areas. This was to ensure that financial support was directed towards initiatives that closely resonated with the Ministry's vision and could contribute meaningfully to our shared objectives. We look forward to continuing the support in the new budget cycle as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, much of these activities are incorporated in the 2024 budget, and our ministry continues to strive for so much more, with particular focus on enhancing these activities across the Cayman Islands. I know for certain I'm excited about more initiatives in the eastern districts, especially in the District of East End, a mission that is close to my heart as a representative for the District of East End. Before delving into the proposed plans and projects for the upcoming 24-25 budget, there are some initiatives not mentioned earlier that are ongoing. These include the review of the National Culture and Heritage Policy 2017 to 2026 to ensure that any key objectives can be achieved and facilitate ongoing review and planning for future consultations. Restoration of the Pink House right behind the Royal Bank, Cayman, to be established as a heritage site for display of artifacts. Development of historical and cultural relevant publications and campaigns for the Cayman Islands. And establishment of a new aquatic center for the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment now to extend my heartfelt thanks and deep gratitude to the former Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, Parliamentary Secretary Bernie Bush, for his invaluable contributions during his tenure as Minister with this ministry. The former Minister assumed leadership of this ministry with a plan, addressing pressing concerns and promoting essential changes to propel the realms of youth, sports, culture and heritage to the forefront. He played a pivotal role within the team, and the dedication he exhibited was nothing short of extraordinary. The ministry staff rallied behind him with an unparalleled commitment to their respective subject areas and a shared, clear vision for progress. The numerous events and initiatives undertaken over the last budget cycle speaks for itself. I must also commend the former minister, Mr. Speaker, for his vision that have laid a foundation for the transformative journey we are about to embark upon in the next two fiscal years. It is through his leadership and the dedication of the ministry staff that we find ourselves poised for the next phase of this budget cycle. Having had the privilege of serving under this ministry as a parliamentary secretary, I personally witnessed the tireless efforts invested in shaping this trajectory. Mr. Speaker, turning now to the specific focus areas and proposed capital projects for the...
Honourable Minister, before you turn there, would this be a convenient moment to take the evening suspension?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The House is now suspended. We will return at 6:30. the Minister of Youth, Sports and Heritage to continue his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just before we took the break, I was about to speak on some specific focus areas in our proposed capital projects for the 2024 budget. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share we are making progress with plans for the development of the new Aquatic Center for the Cayman Islands. The location has now been identified, and we have worked to secure its location. Reviews of products and vendors are on the way, and we are certainly pleased with the progress at this time, Mr. Speaker. This has been a project that is far long in planning, and we are pleased with the progress we've made over the last 2 weeks in terms of progress in this to make it a reality for the people of the Cayman Islands. In addition, facilities upgrade at the Eastern Football Field, the drawings and plans and the business case development are progressing, and works are expected to begin in early 2024. The Ministry is also set to undertake a comprehensive review and implementation of the National Sports Policy and the National Youth Policy. This process will involve extensive public engagement and input, closely monitored by their respective commissions and the Ministry. These will be long-term plans in line with international best practices and span across a number of years, seeking engagement and implementation from stakeholders to ensure success regardless of any administrative changes or developments. The Ministry remains committed to optimizing the grant process that provides funding for youth, sports, and heritage. Our aim is to ensure that various organizations and public initiatives receive warranted support while delivering optimum value, tangible benefits, and outcomes for all of our people. Mr. Speaker, the focus of the National Identity Initiative, which I touched on earlier, is to educate the public about authentic Caymanian customs and traditions, especially those of early Caymanians. It encourages feedback during educational engagement and makes the public consider and appreciate our heritage and traditions. This emphasis is crucial, Mr. Speaker, as the Ministry is dedicated to prioritizing increased awareness and the preservation of our rich heritage in all aspects. In early 2024, we'll also be issuing 2 publications which are inherently focused on ensuring our past is preserved. And for that, we are grateful for our local creatives who have brought our visions to life, and we look forward to finalizing these projects and bringing them to the public. Mr. Speaker, there will also be ongoing enhancements and further support to various annual events in ways that will clearly demonstrate our Caymanian heritage and not only reach the audience of older persons, but also our younger persons who we are relying on to carry on these customs and traditions. The Ministry is actively bolstering its online and community presence by elevating the visibility of its events and initiatives through diverse mediums. This includes our websites, social media platforms, radio appearances, and occasional town hall meetings to connect more effectively with the public on upcoming campaigns. Various operating expenditures from our departments and SAGCs have been included in this budget, Mr. Speaker. This encompasses a wide range of initiatives, including sports and youth programs and services from the departments. Excuse me. Our SAGCs continue to provide outreach opportunities, create exhibitions, and showcase art collections. Additionally, the budget covers programming, training, and support for our artisans and creatives. It also ensures maintenance of facilities for ongoing productions and events. Lastly, there is the conservation and preservation efforts of our national artifacts. Mr. Speaker, while this is just a glimpse of what the ministry will be continuing to do, it is in addition, I want to also mention new proposed projects that we are aiming to establish and implement for this upcoming budget year. Upgrade to key facilities for sports which we were unable to undertake in the previous 2 years. Public awareness and education on Caymanian heritage in partnership with key stakeholders through broad campaigns. New grant funding opportunities to align with the National Identity Initiative. Finalize national youth and sports policies to be approved and tabled in Parliament in the best interest of our Cayman Islands that will look at the current issues but plan for the growth and needs of our nation. Development of new cultural heritage programming and activities to engage our young people and seniors at the Intergenerational Hub and the Cayman Collection Center. Mr. Speaker, while my passion extends every subject within the portfolio of which I hold responsibility, I want to briefly address the transition of the culture subject from our ministry. We, as a ministry, acknowledge and understand that culture and heritage share a very symbiotic relationship that defines our identity. I invite both this Honorable House and the public to join me in embracing this change as an opportunity to magnify the celebration of our culture and heritage now spanning across multiple portfolios. This shift presents a unique opportunity to double our efforts, and it is in an inviting prospect. As some of us are aware, we have encountered instances where both the public and even tourists have raised questions about our traditions, customs, and even our identity. It is our goal to utilize this move to address our identity more comprehensively, fostering a deeper understanding and appreciation by shaping the essence of who we are together. Mr. Speaker, now turn to addressing capital funding, which is crucial for the sustained enhancement of our public spaces. In the proposed budget, we are seeking approximately $4 million in 24 and $2.8 million in 25 for equity investments. This funding is pivotal for the preservation of historical buildings and renovation of facilities which house our diverse artistic collection, as well as the improvement and renovations of several significant sites. This will not only enhance the physical infrastructure, but also contribute to the overall experience for residents and visitors to our facilities. Mr. Speaker, as previously highlighted, this serves as only an overview, acknowledging the multitude of proposed projects and programs the Ministry will embark on. Every task budgeted will bring benefit to the people of our country, and as we approach a busy yet fulfilling budget cycle, I'm confident in the efficacy of our plans and our team in implementing positive outcomes for these islands. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this time again to remind my constituents on some important initiatives for East End which are happening in collaboration with my colleagues. This again, as previously mentioned, upgrades to the Donovan Rankin Field, which will include the bathroom, changing rooms, and the general field. The Coastal Works application, which is still on track for the development of the beach in East End and Colliers, and the progression of the senior citizen home, which my colleague, the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Social Development, will mention in his budget contribution. Mr. Speaker, as I begin my close, I want to state that the budget presented today, or albeit last week, Friday, not only reflects my personal commitment, but also underscores the dedication of the entire government and the collective efforts of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Heritage. Success in these endeavors is a shared responsibility that requires active participation from all. This Honorable House, the various ministries, the public, and myself. Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my deepest appreciation to Chief Officer, Ms. Teresa Chinike, our dedicated Deputy Chief Officers, the finance team, the Director of Editors, and all of the individuals within our ministry and affiliated entities. Sincere thanks to my colleagues in this Honorable House for their unwavering support to this ministry. I anticipate our continued unity as we work together to preserve our past and strengthen our future. In my role as Minister for this extraordinary ministry, I look forward to working together and continuing our important mission to serve for the benefit of our Caymanian people and our beloved Cayman Islands. The good book of Ecclesiastes 4, verses 9 to 12 shares similar sentiments of teamwork and working together and states, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Also, if two lie down together, they will keep warm. How can one keep warm alone?" Though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as we head into the Christmas season, I pray that we will all make an extra effort to incorporate Caymanian traditions and activities into our festivities. Many of us have wonderful memories of our childhood when we saw families and neighbors preparing beef or pork from recipes handed down from generation to generation. Our mothers and aunts baking with the smell of brown sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, coconut milk, grated cassava. Also, all of our important traditions of attending Christmas service. As a Christian community, our faith is something we embrace year-round, especially at Christmas time, Mr. Speaker. Our traditions hold profound significance in shaping our identity, connecting us to our roots and providing a sense of belonging. It is my hope this holiday season, Mr. Speaker, that our parents and grandparents across these islands will share their experiences, customs, traditions, and our values with our younger generation. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to enjoying our Caymanian traditions this Christmas with my people in East End, so I support every action you take to end this session early, sir, and others as I visit the other district. I want to wish my colleagues in this honorable house, every one of my constituents or civil servants, every Caymanian and resident, a memorable Christmas and a united, prosperous, and blessed New Year. There's so much to be thankful for, Mr. Speaker. God bless this Parliament, and God bless these wonderful Cayman Islands. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister. I thought you were going to say 2 heads are better than 1. Because Easterners say 2 heads are better than 1, even if it's only 2 old cow heads. Because it got more meat. The Minister for Border Control and Labor and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly present the Ministry of Border Control, Labor and Culture priorities and objectives for the 2024-25 budget cycle. Before I do so, I'd like to thank the Almighty Father for giving me the strength and wisdom to debate on this budget. I want to thank Madam Premier and her vision and tenacity to get us here to this point where we could do so. I want to thank the team in itself for their perseverance and dedication, even through difficult circumstances, managed to all recognize that country is first. I've listened intently tonight and throughout the day to all of the presentations, and I recognize that everyone wants me to speak for 2 hours. Or maybe not.
There's no such requirement, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry plays a pivotal role in safeguarding the Cayman Islands' security, fostering economic growth, and protecting the rights and well-being of our workforce. Through our diverse departments and services, we strive to create an environment that promotes prosperity, stability, and opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, this ministry, through the departments of CBC and Work, is responsible for collecting over 1/3 of the government's revenue. This level of revenue management is a massive undertaking, and I thank the ministry and department leaders and all the staff members for their hard work on behalf of the government and the people of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, with the funding allocated in the 2024-25 budget document, we will continue to invest in technology, making more of our services available online, including expansion of online payments, allowing our teams to meet the growing demands for services without having to grow the number of employees at the same pace as economic growth. Mr. Speaker, we are at a pivotal moment where technological advancements will continue significantly, enhancing our capabilities to manage borders and labor more efficiently and effectively. We will streamline our processes by integrating cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, biometric scanning, and advanced data analytics. Technology will ensure quicker, more secure border management and effective labor market oversight. This boosts our national security and significantly improves the user experience for both Caymanians and visitors alike. I look forward with interest to the capital works done with the airport post office, with the installation of solar panels. Leveraging solar energy in our government buildings means substantial energy cost savings, environmental stewardship, and a positive, sustainable example for our community. The ministry team are my right hand. They provide expert policy advice and guidance on various policy matters, including security, border control, labor management, and pension regulation. They work to develop and implement policies that align with my vision and the government priorities for a secure, prosperous, and inclusive Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, as we look at the work of the Cayman Islands Custom and Border Control Services, I want to take a few moments to recognize the remarkable dedication and the unwavering commitment of all Caymanian leadership team of the department led by the well-regarded director, Mr. Charles Clifford, MBE JP. And, Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, I will do so in taking this movement, recognizing the remarkable dedication and so deserving as one of the main revenue earners for the Cayman Islands government. Mr. Clifford's unwavering leadership and vision have steered the service through a successful merger and other challenging times, ensuring the safety and security of our borders while facilitating the smooth flow of legitimate goods and people. The deputy directors, each a pillar of strength and expertise in their own right, have provided invaluable support and guidance, ensuring every aspect of the CBC operates efficiently and excellently. Mr. Speaker, Director-designate Mr. Bruce Smith leads the charge on an intelligence-driven approach to securing our borders, overseeing the Sister Islands operation as well as the intelligence unit and the investigation sections. Mr. Smith was successful in a recent open recruitment exercise, and will be taking over the leadership at CBC when Director Clifford retires midway through 2024. Director Clifford and Director-designate Smith have developed a leadership transition plan which will ensure a very smooth transfer of the leadership of CBC in 2024. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Director Kevin Walton's commitment to trade and revenue is evident in his and his team's work. He is primarily known for his work in leading the development of world-class homegrown information technology systems known as the Customs Information Management System and the Customs Online System, which allows the CBC to offer exceptional service to its clients, from the very large importers to individual importers, who now have access to a fully online experience, including online payments. The change process supports CBC's intermediate and long-term trade and revenue objectives with streamlined processes. The technology facilitates, among other things, import and export processing, pre-arrival and departure cargo information, revenue collection with online payments capacity, concession and temporary import management, trade management, financial reporting capabilities, and risk analysis. The strategic aim for 2024-25 is to continue to develop the development of CBC's online offering to include, among other things, the enhancement of services to the travel sector while preserving the integrity of our intelligence-led risk management methodology. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Director Garfield Wong's unwavering focus has been on port operations, visa, and migration management. He and his team have been working tirelessly to process the asylum claims of 433 irregular migrants who arrived between 2022 and 2023, and they have returned 126 of them, mostly in 2023, to their homeland after their claims were refused. Many other migrants have since illegally departed Cayman since seeking refuge in other countries. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Director Marlon Borden's dedication is also evident as he works tirelessly to train new CBC officers in all aspects of CBC's operation. He is responsible for CBC's management, support services portfolio, which includes internal IT tech support, human resources, and the critical AML and professional standards unit. Deputy Director Borden's work in the AML sphere, in collaboration with our domestic, regional, and international partners, is crucial to ensuring that the Cayman Islands government revenue is protected from the threat or risks of trade-based money laundering. Mr. Borden successfully led CBC's contribution to the overall CIG's strategy to address the FATF and the CFATF-related challenges, which ultimately resulted in the Cayman Islands being removed from the grey list. Mr. Speaker, Head of Finance, Ms. Kabeel Beckford-Johnson, and our talented finance team are responsible for accounting and securing approximately $300 million in revenue annually, which is vital revenue that allows this government to fund the priority areas that our Caymanians expect and demand. It is critical to note that to date, as of November 2023, CBC has earned approximately $290 million, 219 recorded as actual revenue, and approximately $71 million as foregone revenues due to concessions, waivers, and exemptions granted by the government. The finance portfolio also manages the online payment, CBC's newest facility for the public, which was launched in November 2023, and this has resulted in a significant reduction in foot traffic in CBC's cargo processing hall. Mr. Speaker, for the year to date, CBC has processed a total of 1,096,727 passengers through the international airports. Mr. Speaker, that total includes 545,219 incoming and 549,508 outgoing passengers. From January to October of this year, CBC's team working at the seaport processed over 899,000 tons of cargo, containerized cement and aggregates, and a total of 2,248,049 cruise passengers. Mr. Speaker, that total includes 1,124,956 incoming and 1,123,093 outgoing cruise passengers. The Trade and Revenue Team processed 182,751 declarations this calendar year. CBC intercepted 62 drug shipments to date, including interceptions of this very dangerous drug, fentanyl. CBC officers stopped 9 illegal firearms and 610 rounds of ammunition from entering the Cayman Islands. The dedicated CBC officers are effectively 88 arrests this year to date. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that efforts placed on fostering a collaborative interagency culture is recognized. This has culminated in numerous CBC and RCIP joint intelligence-led post-importation operations, which have also yielded remarkable results. Mr. Speaker, each member of this talented CBC senior leadership team utilizes their unique skill, expertise, and resolute passion for serving our islands as they continue to develop skilled and competent officers, grooming them for more senior leadership positions. I look forward to their continued leadership in ensuring the safety, security, and prosperity of the Cayman Islands for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, focusing now on the Department of Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman, WORK, Director Jeremy Scott and his all-Caymanian leadership team are doing some fantastic work. The amount of work the department processes is astonishing. Since January 1 of this year, January the 1st of this year, the department has received over 52,000 applications for work permits, residency in Cayman. Mr. Scott and his team have processed over 51,000 during the same period. Well done. Mr. Speaker, delivering on the opportunities in work, Deputy Director Sean Paradu, Deputy Director for Labor Needs and Supply, and her team have trained a total of 305 Caymanians this year and have successfully placed 126 Caymanians into employment, helping to drive Caymanian unemployment to the lowest percentage in decades. Further, Mr. Speaker, the Employment Services Unit at Work engaged with our Caymanians who have barriers to employment by partnering with private sector partners, government department, and ministries to develop and deliver interventions that help prepare our Caymanians for the workplace. One such example, Mr. Speaker, is through the partnership with the Education Ministry ECAP program. Assistance is provided to many Caymanian single parents who are able to obtain critical training or start working without having to worry about child care of their children. Mr. Speaker, the service delivery at work is improving, and the happy or not scores show this to be a fact. One of the driving forces behind these improvements is Ms. Alison Lovingood, Deputy Director of Business Operations. Ms. Lovingood and her customer care team answers 56,116 calls to date, on average of 4,759 per day, while processing a whopping 79,500 walk-in customers, an average of 331 per day. Well done, team. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, when persons complain about work, they are actually working. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Director, Mr. Mervyn Mandison, and his team of compliance officers are doing a fantastic job investing immigration law infractions, conducting high visibility workplace checks and marriage checks. Mr. Mandison and his team regularly work hand in hand with other law enforcement agencies such as RCIP, CBC, Department of Labor and Pension, and the Department of Commerce in joint operations, ensuring Caymanians' job opportunities are protected. Work Head of Finance, Mr. Toywell Facey, and his team are responsible for collecting and accounting for over $120 million in revenue this calendar year. This, Mr. Speaker, reflects a year-to-date surplus over the budgeted forecast of $29 million. Oh. As you will note, Mr. Speaker, through these collaborative efforts of my ministry's senior leadership team, this ministry positively contributes to the government's revenue, allowing this government to deliver programs and services for Caymanians. That's why when we ask for staff in the budget, we should get it, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer public thanks to my colleague whose support allowed me to confirm the appointment of all immigration boards last week. I want to thank those who previously served on boards and welcome the new chairpersons, deputies, and members to their respective boards. These boards will work in a balanced approach within the confines of our immigration laws as they go about their important roles in protecting Caymanians, while at the same time ensuring businesses have the labor necessary to be successful, as well as expertly consider applications for residency in Caymanian status. Over at the Department of Labor and Pensions, Mr. Speaker, Director Bernard Ebanks and his all Caymanian senior leadership team have also been very busy enforcing our labor and pensions laws and supporting the work of the Labor Appeals Tribunal and the National Pensions Board. Most recently, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Director for Pensions, Ms. Amy Wollinston, utilized her technical skills to support the drafting, passage, and implementation of the National Pensions Amendment Act 2023. The Act was gazetted and commenced on December 9th. Our Caymanians can now apply to withdraw increased amounts from their pension to pay off mortgages, purchase property, or pay down mortgages and the associated arrears, strata fees. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the pensions team conducted 483 investigations, processed 416 applications for pension withdrawals, and prosecuted 45 pension offenses. On the labor side of the department, Deputy Director Ms. Loval Linwood and her team investigated, mediated, or referred a total of 1,025 labor cases, conducted 183 on-site inspections of labor documentation and referred 35 cases to the office of the DPP. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that on 27th April 2023, through a motion moved by the member for West Bay West, the Honorable McKeever Bush, Parliament accepted that a gratuity task force be established. As a result, a review of the gratuities regime was conducted and a report will soon be submitted for Cabinet's consideration. Head of Inspections, Mr. Gene Hydes, and his team worked to support the labor unit and focused on occupational health and safety measures. They conducted 59 on-site safety inspections, including several serious workplace injury cases. Mr. Speaker, the Assistant Director, Ms. Letitia Goring, provided dedicated, responsive, and efficient administrative support to the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, alongside her and other administrative and finance department duties with the department. She and her team provided professional and timely administrative services to the Labor Tribunal and the Labor Appeals Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, it is my distinct pleasure to work with the Chief Officer, Mr. Wesley Howell, his Deputy Directors, Ms. Debbie-Ann Whitaker and Ms. Danielle Roberts, and the entire ministry team. They make my work as minister manageable. Chief Officer Howell is respected by his colleagues and especially by his team as a calm, experienced, skilled, and dedicated chief officer. He leads his team to excellence, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Chief Officer Debbie-Ann Whitaker and Deputy Chief Officer Daniel Roberts are significant forces in the ministry. Together with their team members, Jason, Justin, Roland, and Tina, they deliver a range of critical responsibilities, including policy development, legal reform, and the implementation of efficient solutions to complex issues while also addressing the challenges and opportunities presented by global migration trends. Their efforts contribute significantly to maintaining the economic stability and security of the Cayman Islands. CFO Mr. Vinton Sinsi has earned my respect for his accounting knowledge and his fantastic team's work year after year to ensure that the ministry's accounts are completed on time and receive a clean audit opinion. Thank you to this strong finance team, which includes Lynette, Alanthea, Kira, Ellerine, Crystal, and Jordan. Mr. Speaker, Chief HR Manager, Mrs. Brianna Ebanks deserves credit for her work and drive and support the hiring and promotion of Caymanian employees. She is a massive supporter of the DG's Employee of the Month program and has not missed a submission since the program was implemented. I can attest to the work of the leadership and her HR team. Sharon, Brittany, and Allison. They work hard to ensure every staff member feels respected and appreciated. And I can attest to that, Mr. Speaker. Communication Manager, her tireless efforts have kept the public informed on complex issues like labor rights, pensions, border control, migration, and immigration. Ms. Martha Conley offers valuable assistance to me in preparing speaking notes, managing campaigns, and turning my vision into reality through compelling visual graphics. Mr. Speaker, my PA, Ms. Liz Smith, is an unsung hero. She works behind the scenes, organizes, facilitating, and anticipating needs, keeps me coordinated with professionalism that appears effortless. Mr. Speaker, the small but dedicated team in the ministry works tirelessly to implement policies and support the critical work of the departments that fall under the ministry, making the Cayman Islands safer and better for Caymanians and those who visit and work alongside our people. Mr. Speaker, please indulge me as I now share the important work of my department. Before I move on, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that not many persons got up and mentioned every one of their department heads' name or ministry names or so forth. But Mr. Speaker, this department, the Caymanized department, deserves recognition and ought to be called out publicly. And I was proud to do so, Mr. Speaker. And the old adage of Caymanians are lazy, the old comments of that Caymanians don't have the experience. Mr. Speaker, Caymanians are running one of the largest departments in government, collecting a third of government's revenue. And this ought to be recognized that Caymanians, and that's the reason why I call them by name, because we need to start, instead of listening to some of those radio blogs that are putting Caymanians down, this is my effort to try to turn that around and call our Caymanians by name that are doing a great job in this country. Unsung heroes, some of them. But you don't hear about this. You hear about the negative stuff, that people are benefiting and buying BMWs and Benz and laughing about it, that they have made someone's life uncomfortable, made a child uncomfortable. Right? This is the kind of stuff that we have come to. We must shut it down. They've said enough about me. They can't say no more. They're just on repeat now. You know? They're on a 10-year repeat. They got beat and they hurt. So, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor and Pensions is committed to upholding employees and employers' dignity and rights. We provide comprehensive training and education on labor laws, occupational safety regulations, and national pension schemes, ensuring all stakeholders are well informed and compliant. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming year, we are turning our attention to the minimum wage report. We'd like to publicly thank Mr. Lemuel Hurlston and his committee for the hard work that they have done on analyzing and consulting on our minimum wage amounts. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we are striving to strike a balance by considering the many factors to ensure economic harmony and social welfare. Firstly, the cost of living is crucial, as the minimum wage should enable workers to meet basic needs like food, housing, and health care. The local economic conditions, including unemployment rates and the health of various industries, also plays a significant role. It's essential to consider the impact of employment, as excessively high rates may lead to job losses and can be financially crippling to our Caymanians, particularly to those that employ domestic workers. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say one thing. I presented the minimum wage report for our caucus to review. And I must tell you, it's a very comprehensive report. I really appreciate the work that the Minimum Wage Committee has done. What we as this government are not prepared to do is to make mistakes such as was done, I hate to say it, in 2015. Not necessarily a mistake, but no one saw it coming, I guess. I should say that, in 2015, where we had one sector of the economy. What we must be cognizant of is that the persons that will benefit from the minimum wage uplift, we have 77% of transient workers that will benefit from the minimum wage report, and only 23% of Caymanians that are in that bracket. That is something very notable to mention. And when we're doing our assessment as to where we take that, we also need to take stock and revisit 2015 as to the effects that it had on the economy, on our people, on Caymanians. Because we can't go and make these decisions and then it impacts our people and our cost of living for our people becomes worse. So what happened back in 2015 was an unforeseen circumstance in terms of persons in one sector of our economy who are imported workers. Their salary doubled in essence and caused a havoc on our Caymanians, and our Caymanian salary has remained stagnant. Now, that's mainly in the private sector. Most of our Caymanians make above minimum wage. So, what, in essence, I think the committee is saying is that even if we increased it to the top number of the recommended minimum wage that they recommended, only 23% of Caymanians who are on minimum wage would benefit from it. It's something very serious to pay attention to, because we can really make a mistake if we don't find a way to sectorize it, that it doesn't fully impact our Caymanian people whose salaries remain stagnant while services and persons that they need in their life to make their life work and remain comfortable, salaries go up while theirs remain stagnant, causing additional pressures on our Caymanians. So I'm trying to be very sensitive with that conversation, because obviously it's not complete in terms of the caucus and cabinet, and we want to take another look at it again with our stakeholders to really, and also some of the opposition members, to really look at it and make a good informed decision, bringing in the right people to try to help us. Because this is, if we make the wrong decision with this, it can really cripple certain elements in our industry. So I say that with all respect, and I think that nobody will say that persons doesn't need an uplift in any industry, but we need to recognize, what it is and where we're at and what economy we're living in. So I'll leave it at that, and you'll hear more from us at a later date in the early year in terms of the minimum wage. But I think we need to have another conversation as to how can we then, Caymanians who are above the minimum wage, who have been stagnant for many years, how can we help them get a necessary uplift that they need and cost of living adjustments that are outside government itself in the private sector. That's another conversation to have. Mr. Speaker, we will be moving on national pensions as well. The Department of Labor and Pensions will commission actuarial studies of the health of all national pension plans, and armed with that report and with the recommendation from the National Pension Board, we can move ahead with the select committee on this House, Mr. Speaker. We also plan to bring amendments to the investment regulations and further amendments to the National Pensions Act. As a government minister with constitutional responsibility for pensions, I affirm that a robust national pension system is foundational for our nation's well-being. It ensures financial security in retirement, helps to bring dignity to our elders in their golden years, and symbolize a compassionate, forward-thinking society Together, we build a secure future for our people. In addition, the Department of Labor and Pensions actively resolves individual disputes, enforces labor and pension laws, and conducts thorough investigations and inspections to address our non-compliance. We are committed to ensuring a fair and equitable labor for all Caymanians. The Customs and Border Control Service is the frontline guardian of our borders, safeguarding our nations against illegal activities while facilitating legitimate trade and travel. We meticulously process air and marine craft, passengers and cargo, ensuring compliance with the CBC Act regulations, other relevant legislation, and international conventions. CBC has played a crucial role, Mr. Speaker, in identifying and arresting and investigating offenders, employing advanced detection methods, and collaborating closely with law enforcement agencies locally and internationally to protect our communities. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of CBC 5-year strategy plan is transitioning from the traditional gatekeeper approach to an intelligence-led risk management organization. Since CBC was formed in 2019, they have made significant progress with this transition, which is facilitated by, and among other things, relevant training, advanced technology, and equipment incorporating risk profiles in our operation, and enhanced digital connectivity with our partner law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this. I'm nearing in, but when I was first made Minister of Border Control, and I visited the Director Clifford's office, and he had all of his directors and his managers and everybody in the same room. We were having a meeting, and he was explaining to me, you know, the hierarchy and you know, the role of each officer and the processes that he had put in place. And for me, I can't say nowhere else has a plan like he had. But I've never seen a succession plan in any other department. This is only my experience. Forgive me, anyone else who has a great one. But I've never seen a succession plan for Caymanians like Director Clifford. He can rightly so retire with the succession plan that he has in place in every department. It's amazing. I wish some people could experience that one day and learn what he has there. I'm proud of that team. Mr. Speaker, CBC continues to confront and manage the challenges associated with asylum seekers. While this is a problem that many countries in the Caribbean, North America, Europe, and elsewhere are grappling with, we are ever mindful of the need for enhanced infrastructure and resources to manage the security risks associated with it in the Cayman effectively. Mr. Speaker, while we are no longer in crisis with this matter, we also know from experience that we can go from where we are now to the crisis point in fairly short order. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must prepare as best as possible and not be content with a reactive approach to asylum-related challenges. Mr. Speaker, on the capital development side, the Asian CBC Transit Shed warehouse on Owen Roberts Drive requires significant repairs or a complete replacement. We have provided funding in 2024-25 CapEx budget to progress this work. Mr. Speaker, in January 2024, the Cayman Islands Postal Services will move under this ministry's portfolio and go beyond traditional mail delivery, offering diverse services that contribute to the Cayman Islands' economic and social fabric. We provide revenue collection services for various government departments, facilitate the issuance of official stamps, and promote philatelic activities, fostering a sense of national identity and cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands Postal Service is the first in the world to pilot a new technology called the Global Monitoring System. And I was there in Jamaica just in August this year, August or September this year, and witnessed that accolade from the many countries around the region, and US and UK and France was also there, which uses radio frequency identification to monitor and improve postal services. This system will enhance the data gathered mechanisms and strengthen compliance with international security and border control requirements without increasing staffing levels. The Post Office also extends its services to support government agencies, delivering essential documents and packages, ensuring the smooth functioning of various administrative processes. The Department of Workforce Opportunity and Residency Cayman is dedicated to maximizing human capital and strengthening the Cayman Islands' global competitiveness. We process applications for work permits and residency, ensuring that our workforce aligns with the skills and expertise required for sustainable economic growth. The Work Department also provides comprehensive employment services to Caymanians, assisting them in identifying job opportunities, acquiring necessary training, and overcoming barriers to employment. We are committed to empowering Caymanians to reach their full potential and contribute meaningfully to the nation's workforce. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to bringing legislation to this House in 2024 that will address many of our people's concern with immigration, as you heard the Premier allude to, legislation to address various gaps and enhance certain aspects of the immigration framework. The critical areas of focus include revamping the residency and employment right certificate regime, reducing the number of persons qualifying for PR and Caymanian status by improving information sharing for compliance and enforcement, and strengthening compliance and enforcement, enhancing the powers of the Cayman Status and Permanent Residency Board. These expected amendments aim to strike a balance between protecting the interests of Caymanians, promoting the employment of Caymanians, and reducing Caymanians' underemployment while maintaining the attractiveness of the Cayman Islands as a destination for investment, innovation, and skilled labor. As Minister of Culture, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply committed to preserving and promoting our cultural traditions, ensuring they thrive and inspire future generations. The Cayman Islands government plays a central role in organizing and supporting these cultural events, ensuring they are celebrated with respect and recognition they deserve. By investing in our culture, we invest in the identity and soul of our nation, Mr. Speaker. The National Heroes Day, commemorated on the 4th Monday of January, is a poignant reminder of the exceptional individuals who have significantly contributed to our nation's development. Their unwavering dedication to social progress, economic growth, and cultural enrichment has paved the way for the Cayman Islands we know today. The art scene in the Cayman Islands is flourishing, with talented musicians, artists, and performers captivating audiences with their creativity and passion. We support their endeavors, Mr. Speaker, providing platforms to showcase their work and inspire others. The Pirates Week, Mr. Speaker, is a vibrant annual festival, is a testament to our maritime history, the adventurous spirit that has defined our islands. Through mock pirate invasions, historical reenactments, and lively entertainment, we bring our past to life, reminding ourselves of the legacy of those who dared to venture into unknown. The Cayman government plays a significant role in funding and promoting Pirates Week. The Ministry of Culture, with the support of other government agencies, works closely with local businesses and organizations to plan and execute the various events and activities that make up the festival. Through collaborations with the Minister of Tourism, we will market Pirates Week to the international community as a significant tourism event to make Pirates Week an immense success. Our culture is not merely a collection of traditions and stories. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to evolve and shape our identity. It is a foundation upon which we built our future, guided by our ancestors' values and people's aspirations. I urge all Caymanians to embrace our culture and transient persons, cherish the traditions passed down through generations, and celebrate the diversity that makes our islands so unique. Together, let us continue to nurture and protect our cultural identity, ensuring it remains a beacon of pride and inspiration for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I take great pride in being the Minister of Culture. This leads me to speak about our dying culture and heritage that needs a fighting chance. Our forefathers must be turning over in their graves, Mr. Speaker, to know the great relationships we have forged with many visitors, transient workers, and children who attended the same school of transient workers, who came here to help build this country and care for our children, and the great relationships we still hold with them, and how things have changed, where it appears like it's them against us, and the appearance that a professional transient worker can come and retire in a short period, and our own Caymanian professionals have to work like a dog until they drag in. I want it to be known that I understand what I need to appreciate. And changes are coming. And I want it, and it won't be my plan, but our stakeholders also, and you the people, so that we can still continue to grow prosperity. But prosperity must work for Caymanians. It can't just be one way. They can't just use us to get the little lower work done. We need the upper echelon's job also. And, Mr. Speaker, I will dare to say, and I hadn't crossed this with the caucus or cabinet, but we need to get to the point where if you're not contributing in this country to empower a Caymanian to rise up, then I'll leave that part blank. Because this must work for Caymanians. All of us are from somewhere. Every one of us got family from somewhere else. That's not the problem. The problem is you're here. Our people are really going through a difficult time. And I'll talk about that. Let me show you that I understand what's going on here and that I appreciate when people come here. You know, our seamen left these islands in search for work and opportunity. We didn't have it. So they went in search for work and opportunities. And monies they sent home was not Caymanian money. It was money from a foreign land. Stop me if I'm wrong. And we need to forever be grateful for that as we built this country. The women who stayed home fed our children and schooled them with inward investment from foreign lands. We must appreciate that. So when we hear Caymanians make mention of who are we building for, or too many people are here, we need to appreciate that we have grown faster than any country in the world. And not necessarily a bad problem, but still stressful for those who call Cayman home. Now, how do we do this? I don't fully know, but our people are asking us to slow things down. And I agree with them because we are losing grip as the majority of the minority. It is very worrying, Mr. Speaker. We have seen where tourists have come here and quite disappointed that they haven't met a local. No one should be proud of that. I had a tourist at a hotel about 8 months ago. Once hearing I was a local Caymanian, ran up to me and wanted to hear my accent. That's why I keep my accent. I'm not changing it. Too late now. And, Mr. Speaker, they were alarmed and how they had been on the island for 5 days and didn't meet a local and proceeded in a jovial manner to touch me to see if I was real. You know? I'm not saying that has anything to do with me being handsome. I didn't say that. But Mr. Speaker, the tourism minister, the culture minister, the heritage minister, and the permanent secretaries need to work together and build on what is in place to create programs and find a way to ensure persons arriving here meet a local, either at the airport or in their whereabouts of these lovely islands. And Cayman Airways, if you come here, please try to immerse yourself in the local community also. Drive out to East End, North Side, Bodden Town, in West Bay, Cayman Brac, Little Cayman. You know? We need you. You're here with us. We need you to help us. I want to touch on companies and Caymanian employment. We have what I call a good problem in having more jobs than we have Caymanians. This brings its problem in itself. But we'll ask for companies to do their civic duties to ensure our Caymanians get the necessary training that whichever Caymanians want to work, they can do so. The government can't do it alone, and we need the private sector's partnership. Pirates Week, Mr. Speaker, never again to be without Heritage Days. This is the most important time in tourists meeting our people and getting a taste of our culinary skills along with local commerce that it creates. Mr. Speaker, we need to stop creating policies that penalize Caymanians for everything. Anytime they're trying to make better of themselves, we penalize them for having family land. Oh, you can't get no stamp duty because your father left a piece of land when you were 2 years old. You didn't even know about it. Stamp duty waivers. Other exemptions in the interest of Caymanians at the minister's purview. We can't just give everybody else a break and then we give our Caymanians a hard time. We need to recognize what we're doing to our people. I think we just, because it's there as a policy, oh, I'll stick to this policy. We need to think about what we're doing to our people. So, Mr. Speaker, this is my third term being elected. And I can say this was my most challenging one. want to thank you again, the Bordentown East. I'm not saying that I'm sugar, that I could be added to almost everything or anywhere, but I think you made the right choice in someone so resilient. Mr. Speaker, some of the things that we have ongoing in Bordentown: the Church of God Center, which is a hurricane shelter; the Thewlin McCoy Primary School Hall, which is also a hurricane shelter. We bought the Thewlin McCoy Primary School a new bus. We have one of the best boat ramps and boat docks in the country. We have mitigation measures in place in the flooded areas, although we're still working at that, in Belford and Cumber Avenue. We bought, not exposed to the public fully, but 6 pieces of beach property in Bordentown, because that's the area now we have beach. That's the next 7 Mile beach. Road works, affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, we have a pantry at our office. I'm glad people just come and donate. When persons come, and they appreciate a bag of groceries that we can give from my office in Bordentown. I thank Anna and Imogen and the staff there. Simple things such as a crosswalk. People don't understand how important it is. When you got a 90-year-old walking across, you know the importance of it. Speed limit, electronic speed limits throughout the district. Speeding, like anything. Now we got that up. I want to thank NRA and the team, and Mr. J, for getting that up so quickly. Mr. Speaker, some of the things I would love to see in Bordentown is increased police presence and beat, and not only driving across with the AC, but riding on motorbikes or bicycles. The area of concern is 500 feet, and you knock out 80% of the crime. Recognition of Bordentown as the first capital, and create a tourism product of the same. I've been begging for it. I've spoken to the minister also, re-getting our own suction pump. I call it a suction pump, a truck. Bordentown has some of the most flooded areas, and when the rainy times come or hurricane come, we gotta wait for it to come. Persons are stuck in their houses, can't get out. We also want our own grass cutter. We have the longest stretch of land that people are seeing us and saying Bordentown looking bad. You know, we need our own. We're too large. From spots, new ones to team us. Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I want to, and I've spoken to the Premier about this, and everybody knows my pet peeve in having at least 25 persons throughout each district employed on a year-long NICE program. It is no science. You don't need bringing no Philadelphia lawyer to figure it out. It is going on right now. It's been happening in Cayman Brac for years. We already have a model. It can start tomorrow. We need a NICE program on steroids is what we need. Keeping our district clean and assisting the elderly and our most vulnerable. Cowood Beach needs a little upgrading, ensuring wheelchair accessibility and securing and security. Purchased an abandoned building that I identified and spoke to the Premier about this and the Lands Ministry. And we're in contact trying to find the owners. Well, we can either use that for daycare of seniors or after-school care for our children. These are needed. Madam Speaker, I'm not coming off of it either. although it's not in the budget, we need to look at the recommendations of the outline business case, and that a hospital of smaller size, of a condensed size, needs to be placed in the middle of the island. The land has been identified, 10 acres in Bordentown, as an emergency center. And you would really like that, not only for Bordentown, but for the country. Additional affordable land or homes in Bordentown. I've spoken to the minister, and they're aggressively seeking additional property to build more. We need to encourage tourists, Mr. Speaker. Georgetown is full. You can't drive through. You can't get on West Bay Beach, public beach. You can't get on no West Bay Beach. Bordentown is the new West Bay. We need commerce up at Bordentown. We need to bring our district alive again. It used to be one of the most thriving districts, with theaters and dance halls and everything else. So we need some cruise tourists to come up there to lend some of their dollars to Bordentown, creating more entrepreneurs and opportunities for persons in the eastern districts. We take our time and move further east. And I must admit, the then former minister, Mr. Charles Clifford, was correct. He was ahead of his time. We need to go east. Mr. Speaker, I don't even want to mention too much on this, of how it's needed. People just need to look, because the skies were gray this morning. The east-west arterial. I see people out there making assumptions that NRA, these guys are engineers, professionals. They model things. They were in constant contact with the international world and traveling and getting new ideas around the world. Those guys know how to build connector roads after the east-west arterial has reached Prospect. They know how to do it. Don't underestimate our Caymanians. People have come here with their international ideas and underestimating our Caymanians, our trained Caymanians, our professional Caymanians. NRA is doing a fantastic job, and they ought to be applauded. They know what they're doing. They know how to build a road. They know how to mitigate flooding and everything else. Mr. Speaker, we need additional bus shelters, and we also need interior neighborhood transport. Buses who drop off these passengers at the main road. It is ridiculous seeing people walk so long. We need to find a way. You know, I know that they probably work something out with Newlands or otherwise, but there's other roads, you know. They're trying, but they're not coming off their route. So we need to do something about it. The government's going to have to assist. So wellness in our nation, Mr. Speaker, is big on my agenda. And I would like to have some kind of reward wellness program in every constituency. And once our district councils are up, it's something that they can continue running. But we need to put great emphasis on wellness and exercise and everything else. You know, and the ministers and members of parliament need to play a great part in there also. We can't continue to stay unhealthy. We need to do our part also. So, I just want to say that I fully support, outside of my area, in terms of jetways, mental health facility, region project. I also support the idea of satellite NAU offices in each district. I also support bus wardens, compensation during summer, Easter, and winter downtimes, and also litter wardens. Mr. Speaker, I also support a government discount store, which work has already gone on this, and I'm going to continue to pounce on it, because we need to understand that people need to pay a decent price for a bag of goods. You know, some of these things are duty-free. They're paying high sky blue. So, where's our sargassum plan? I haven't seen it. Been working on it 4 or 5 years. Sargassum still coming up 5 feet in Bordentown sometime. Yep. There's things you can do. You can't just be sitting ducks. As mentioned earlier, housing repairs. We need a housing repairs on steroids also. Because someone called me crying this morning. It was raining. And you know, when it's raining, you get them calls. Their house was dripping, and you know, they got children and so forth. And you hate to hear these things, but we need to do our job the best we can to try to keep our Caymanians dry. And the minister, the deputy premier, is doing his best. You know, with the funding he has got, and also Minister for Planning and Public Works is also, and Housing, is doing his best with his housing repairs also. But we have to continue working on that, because there's a lot of people out there that are seeking assistance and haven't got it as yet. I know we're trying our best, but we need to know that there's more people out there. Mr. Speaker, whilst we're at Parliament until late in December, let me say Christmas is a time for family, for reflection, for friends, a time when we come together in unity. As in the Christian faith of the Cayman Islands, we reflect on the reason for the season, that baby boy Jesus, who has made a difference in our lives, that we can be forgiven for our sins and give us that hope to see the pearly gates. I pray safety on your families. I pray that you find it in your hearts to give a child, a gift, a neighbor, a parent. To the people of Bordentown East, I thank you again for this opportunity to be your MP. I pray you continue to see my value and diversity to get things done for you. Have a Merry Christmas, one with joy and happiness, and to all the people in the Cayman Islands. To the Governor, the Deputy Governor, Attorney General, civil servants, parliamentary secretaries, Parliament staff, the ministers, to our drivers of protocol, my ministry, Border Control and Labor, Work, DLP, and in 20 days, the Post Office. I thank you. To the Honorable Premier, to the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, have a Merry Christmas. Bordentown East, I come to you on the 20th of December for seniors, and the 23rd for children, of December for children. Have a happy new year. I pray I see you in person at these events. You won't regret it. This UPM can work, I think. Under the leadership of Madam Premier Juliana O'Connor Connolly, I thank you, God, for bringing this team together. This is what we have. Let's work with what we have. Too many times people get things wrong because they forget that you need to work with what you have. And I think the sooner we can realize that, the better it is. I want to say this before I leave, though, Mr. Speaker. No one wants to steal, in my opinion. No one wants to rob. No one wants to sell anything illegal in this country. They just want a chance to earn their keep and place food on their tables. Only 40,000 Caymanians. Think about it. $1 billion budget. We must be able to make the prosperity of Cayman work for Caymanians. We need to grow and achieve the high prizes too. And to the companies out there who are not giving our trained, university degreed Caymanians, certified degreed Caymanians opportunities to move up the ladder, John is watching you. God bless these honorable Cayman Islands. I appreciate the spirit of the opposition. I thank you all very much. Christmas falls on the 25th for you all too. And I know I don't want to get none of constituencies. I did my hour. God bless.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? The member from Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my contribution to the throne speech and budget address and to speak briefly to the appropriations bill for the financial years 2024-2025. As you mentioned, Mr. Speaker, brevity is the soul of wit. I shall be brief. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to say heartfelt thanks to Her Excellency, Mrs. Jean Owen, for encouraging words during her delivery of her first throne speech this past Friday. She is clearly all about unity and togetherness and has fit right in with all of us. She is welcomed at every event and makes herself right at home. In my contribution today, I would like to update members and the listening public of the stellar work that has been undertaken to beautify all three of our islands. Mr. Speaker, it is work that is near and dear to my heart and is an area which I find particularly gratifying, subscribing as I do the principle that cleanliness is next to godliness. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, a beautification task force, more commonly known as the BTF, was established under the remit of the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, which I represent as Parliamentary Secretary. I sincerely thank the Minister for Tourism for his full support, and to his dedicated staff, Perry, Lorna, Ashley, Mona, and Gina, I sincerely thank them for their full support. While the BTF does not have full-time employees, the cleanup of our islands, including the removal of derelict cars and eradication of all kinds of litter, has been a central element in our focus. Since being elected 2.5 years ago, I have been tasked with continuing the work I've been involved in all my life, and that is to ensure that we live in a clean and healthy environment. It was not an uncommon sight years ago, especially at this time of year, to see homes and gardens in our islands clean and tidy, with white sand yards and blooming fruit trees, and not a scrap of bulk waste in sight. Our roadways were no different. There was lush green with little to no trash lining the streets. Our beloved Cayman Islands is known as one of the most beautiful places in the Caribbean, and there was a sense of pride in keeping it that way. We are known throughout the Caribbean and throughout the world as the gem of the Caribbean. While we are still considered to be a very clean and well-kept country in recent years, we have sadly started to see some deterioration in this area. To address this issue, the Minister for Tourism established a beautification task force under the leadership of the chairperson, Mrs. Teresa Lewis-Pitcairn, and myself as the parliamentary representative. This cabinet-appointed committee consists of members from all districts, including the sister islands. Since its establishment, teams in various districts have met with property owners to educate them on the cost and process of removing derelict vehicles from their properties. While this work is continuing, I can report that the Department of Environmental Health tagged 622 derelict vehicles for removal in 2022 in Grand Cayman and 38 in the sister islands, making a total of 660 vehicles tagged in 2022. Of those, 154 removed by the DEH in Grand Cayman, and 4 were removed by DEH in the sister islands, amounting to 158 in total. Mr. Speaker, I should point out that it is not by any means a free service. Each vehicle removed by the DEH comes at a cost of $75, which means our government and the people of these islands bore the expense of $11,550 to have these unsightly vehicles moved to the landfill in 2022. A further 294 derelict cars were removed by their owners, who rightfully took accountability for their property and disposed of it in the appropriate manner. In 2023, between January and November, a further 494 derelict vehicles were removed by the DEH in Grand Cayman and 28 in the sister islands, making a grand total of 522. I sincerely thank the efforts of the DEH in this regard, and I am pleased to note that there will be a heightened focus in this area going forward, since the DEH received this new grab truck in September. That piece of equipment is solely dedicated to the DEH environmental officers to identify and remove derelict vehicles from our communities. Mr. Speaker, another area the Beautification Task Force has targeted is that of illegal garages. Working with the Department of Commerce and Investment, DCI, under the Trade and Business Law, we have been seeking out people who have numerous derelict vehicles and car parts on their residential properties. If a home is constructed to live in, it is considered residential, not commercial. Yet, Mr. Speaker, in many residential areas, garages are seen popping up. This is against the law. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this is against the law. In 2022, the DCI received 17 reports of illegal garages, and in the first quarter of this year, 2023, the DCI received 8 reports. Investigations and inspections were carried out by trade officers, resulting in warnings and tickets being issued where breaches of the Trade and Business Act had been identified. Mr. Speaker, in addition to supporting these actions by the various government entities, the BTF also embarked on a nationwide anti-littering marketing campaign. This campaign was a coordinated multimedia drive which sought the public's assistance and cooperation in reporting instances of littering, illegal dumping, and derelict vehicles. The campaign commenced on the 1st of August 2023 and ended on October the 31st. It was aimed at residents and visitors alike and included various public service announcements which were carried on radio stations, print, online, and social media channels, electronic billboards, and the Cayman Islands government intranet and CIG TV news broadcasts. By all accounts, the campaign was a huge success in sensitizing the public to being more responsible about how they dispose of their garbage, and I look forward to running a new media campaign in the new year, 2024. Following the campaign's completion, the Beautification Task Force also procured roadside signs for installation across all 3 islands. We consulted with the National Roads Authority, the Public Lands Commission, and the Department of Environmental Health to ensure we work within the confines of the law and to ensure that the signs are placed in areas with the most visibility and need. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank these departments for always doing their part to assist in whatever way they can. We sure have some dedicated workers. To date, signs have been installed at the various ports of entry, ensuring our visitors know the rules surrounding littering upon their arrival. They have been placed at both of our international airports, the General Aviation Building, and strategically placed at the entry to our seaports, including the Royal Watler Terminal, the North and South Cruise Ship Passenger Terminal, and the Spots Dock. And we did not forget Cayman and Little Cayman. Signs have also been installed at the Creek Dock and Scott's Dock in Cayman. Signage for the Salt Box Dock in Little Cayman is in the process of being shipped to that location and will be installed in the new year. During phase 2 of the anti-littering signage campaign, the BTF aims to place signs in every district, particularly along frequently used roadways and in areas with known illegal dumping sites. Additionally, we are appealing to those who receive permission to hang banners on fences advertising an event to please remember to remove them once the event has concluded. It is quite noticeable when they are left to deteriorate and become an eyesore. The BTF will also be affixing notices at various beaches asking the public to dispose of garbage responsibly, because littering is in fact a crime. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that the Minister of Tourism and Ports submitted a cabinet note developed from recommendations received by the task force suggesting an amendment to increase the littering fine from $500 to $10,000 depending on the type of offense. Minister Bryan and I continue to advocate for revisions to the existing legislation in this regard. With respect to some of the initiatives undertaken by the district committees since the inception of the Beautification Task Force, the West Bay Committee hosted 2 cleanup events, each during the months of July, August, and September 2022, successfully removing 250 bags of trash from the district. In 2023, they have undertaken several speaking opportunities at schools, assemblies in their district. The Georgetown Subcommittee also held a cleanup during 2022, but mainly focused its efforts on reporting and removing derelict vehicles. They have had a lot of success in this area and, as indicated, assisted in removing 95 derelict vehicles from Georgetown District. In 2023, they broadened their efforts to include poorly managed garbage receptacles at private complexes and businesses. I'm very pleased to note that both Eastern Districts partner with other organizations to assist cleanup activities in East End and North Side. The North Side Subcommittee also reports the tagging of approximately 50 derelict vehicles for removal from that district during 2022. The Savannah and Newlands districts have worked hard to keep our area clean. And just recently, we beautified the roundabout in Savannah, which brought a lot of hope and very high expectations in our community. The District of West Bay are also expecting to finalize their Christmas project in the coming days. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that given all that you have heard regarding the work of the Beautification Task Force, that we are well on our way to make an indelible mark on our community landscapes. Even so, I encourage everyone to roll up their sleeves and share in the responsibility for getting rid of the litter culture that has crept across our shores, because we all have to be part of the solution rather than contributing to the pollution. I wish to also publicly note that the DEH has secured successful convictions for littering, which now gives us a reason to push for civic pride and encourage people to keep their properties, yards, roadsides, and empty parcels of land clean and tidy. If every resident kept their little corner clean without expecting it to be the responsibility of government, what a beautiful, clean island we would have. I take this opportunity to thank all of the hardworking members of the Beautification Task Force, chaired by Ms. Teresa Lewis, and I particularly commend the staff in the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, particularly Mrs. Mona Mead, for her outstanding support. Before moving on to my next subject area, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the public that reports of littering or illegal dumping should be made to the Department of Environmental Health via 949-6696 or through this website, www.gov.ky/DEH. Turning our attention now to the area of social development, for which I also serve as Parliamentary Secretary, my heart is full of gratitude as I reflect on the remarkable strides we've taken in social development over the past 2 years. Our commitment to a future where the well-being of our citizens take precedence has guided us into shaping a society that values connections and empowers every individual. In my role as Parliamentary Secretary for Social Development, I've had the opportunity to be involved in a wide range of projects and programs spearheaded by the Ministry of Social Development and other ministries and departments. Projects that make a fundamental difference to the lives of a wide cross-section of our country, of our community, such as the new intergenerational hub, which is a testament to collaboration and will bridge generations, fostering dialogue, sharing knowledge, and nurturing a sense of cultural identity. In addition, Older Persons Month has remained a beacon of celebration and empowerment, showcasing the rich contributions and unique perspectives of our elders. Their experiences resonate in the tapestry of our society, and this annual month-long event ensures their well-being and inclusion in every facet of our community. Mr. Speaker, as we chart our course forward, legislation remains a cornerstone of our social development efforts. Amendments to the Children Act and establishment of the Office of the Children's Commissioner underscore our commitment to fortify the protection and welfare of our most vulnerable. Simultaneously, the repeal and replacement of the Adoption of Children Act and amendments to the Older Persons Act further reflect our dedication to a just and compassionate society. Anticipating the implementation of new legislation, we look ahead with optimism. Our plans to reimagine the Department of Children and Family Services and the Sunrise Adult Training Center demonstrate our commitment to a society where every citizen can thrive. I want to emphasize that the strength of our society lies not only in the legislation we enact, but in the collaborative effort that propels us forward. One that cherishes every member, regardless of age, background, or circumstance. Our commitment to social development should be unwavering. We must strive to create an environment where every individual feels seen and valued. In the spirit of unity, I encourage each one of you to actively participate in the initiatives that lie ahead. Whether it's supporting programs or simply extending a helping hand to a neighbor, let us be the architects of positive change in our community. I take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Social Development, Andre E. Banks, for his staff and his staff in the ministry. Also, heartfelt thanks to Ms. Angela Mowbray, our PA, for her passion and her drive. She wears her heart on her sleeve too. In conclusion, let us move forward with a shared vision, a vision that intertwines our past, present, and future. Together, let us create a society where compassion, understanding, and opportunity define our collective journey. Winding up my remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to send out warm and hearty Christmas wishes to my people of Savannah, and thank them for their full support. I should also take this opportunity to thank my family for their continued love and for always being by my side. I extend special thanks to all the staff at the community office for their unwavering support and dedication in carrying out the duties of the office in our absence. Debbie and Leanne, you're appreciated. I'm thankful for our efforts from the RCIPS who keep us safe 24/7. I greatly value the close and productive relationship we have enjoyed over the years, and long may it continue. At the community level, my colleague and I, Honourable Wayne Panton, MP for Newlands, continue to make great strides in improving the quality of life for all of our residents through initiatives such as programs for seniors, playground equipment for our children, upgrading of roads, and installation of traffic calming measures. And I would like to thank Honourable Jay and the NRA staff. They have always been very supportive. Deep wells, street lights, and as you've heard, Mr. Speaker, working with the NRA and BTF and NICE programs to keep our community clean. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring my contribution to a close by thanking the staff here at Parliament for their assistance in every way. The staff here is devoted and committed to go above and beyond during the times we are here. I wish them all a peaceful and joyous Christmas. To my colleagues, may you have a most enjoyable time with your families and have a safe and healthy holiday season. I wish to thank my Savannah constituents for entrusting me with the responsibility of being their representative. It is a job I take to heart and regard very seriously. I always tell people, if this is one area they wish to occupy a seat in this honourable house, it is not a 9-to-5 job. It is 24/7, Mr. Speaker, as you are very aware. You must know your people and you must be committed to the task at hand. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish the entire Cayman Islands the happiest festive season, and always remember the reason for the season, and may your Christmas sparkle with moments of love, laughter, and goodwill. I pray that your year ahead will be filled with contentment and joy, and may God bless us all in these beautiful Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Savannah. Does any of the Minister for Sustainability and Climate Resiliency?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and to all of my colleagues here in this honorable house. I also would like to just take a moment to wish evening greetings to all of those who are watching or listening to these proceedings, whether it's locally or some of our Caymanians who are in university or have chosen to migrate to other countries. I'm happy that you all have tuned in this evening. Let me first say that it is amazing to see how things can change in a month. Due to the interest of time, I was unable to offer congratulatory remarks to you at the last special meeting. So today, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you, and I say that I am already pleased to see the approach that you have taken to continue moving our Parliament into an efficient and modern fashion and direction. I believe you deserve a special congratulations, sir, for ditching the wig. All of us in this honorable house know how much pride you take in your hair. And it seems like the public didn't really have much use for the wig either. So I think that you were a well-suited individual to pave the way with ditching the wig. Just a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, while I was sitting where you sit today, I presided over a special meeting in which it became very clear to me that our country's leadership was in crisis. And as I listened to the debate, it became increasingly clear to me what I had to do. In my head and in my heart, I knew the choice I had to make to preserve the stability our country needed and ensure our government was able to meet its financial obligation. I resigned from the role of Speaker of Parliament and joined the newly formed United People's Movement. Before I discuss the allocations from my ministry, I want to take a moment to thank my former teammates, the staff of Parliament, who worked so diligently behind the scenes to ensure the important work of this Honourable House is able to take place. Mr. Speaker, as I am sure you are already learning, you are in very good hands. I am proud of the changes that I was able to make during my short tenure as Speaker, but no doubt, none of those initiatives would have been possible without the support and hard work of the Parliament staff. Resigning from that role and leaving the team was by no means an easy decision. When I resigned as Speaker, it was for the express purpose of ensuring we could be here today to table the 2024 to 2026 budget. As the people's elected representatives, our responsibility is to make the right decisions, not the easy ones. And I think I've said it a few times, but that's because it certainly wasn't easy. But I do know it was right. And that's why I'm very proud to be here today as a member of the government to contribute to the second reading of the appropriation bill for 2024-2025 financial years. Once approved, this will ensure that the Cayman Islands government is able to meet our financial obligations for the 2024-2025 budget period. I spoke earlier about the Parliament team. Now, I have the privilege to speak today on the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency's contribution to the budget. Over the past few weeks, the new team that I have joined in this ministry have embraced me with open arms, offered amazing support, and they have gone above and beyond to help me hit the ground running. I'm grateful for their support, and I'm looking forward to the work that is still to come. I'm very excited for the opportunity to take on this ministerial role. Having had some insight into what this entails in my previous role as Parliamentary Secretary, but before I was a Parliamentary Secretary, before I was the Deputy Speaker and then Speaker, before I took up this ministerial role, I was the elected representative for West Bay Central. That is the one thing that has not changed. Throughout all of these roles that I have taken and had the privilege to serve is who I work for. Like everyone else in this Honourable House, I work for the people of the Cayman Islands. So before I delve into the budget and the strategic priorities for the next 2 years, I want to put my ministry's work into perspective when it comes to the people of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are diverse, ranging from established families to single mothers balancing caring for their children with earning an income, and also single fathers, from older persons relying on their pensions to make ends meet, to recent graduates trying to find jobs in a crowded labor market. I believe that is the general makeup today of our native Caymanians. Though their day-to-day challenges might look quite different, I hear the same concerns over and over again, but they all come down to the same issue that I hear quite often. Miss Catherine, I am worried that there is no place for me in my own country. Mr. Speaker, no home that they can afford to buy. No bill that isn't one rate increase away from being unaffordable. No spot on the beach where they can sit on without fearing they may be chased away by security guards. No jobs that they are qualified for or that pay them enough for them to get by. In many ways, it seems or sometimes feels like Caymanians are being overpriced, outbid, and outsourced right out of their own homeland. Now, what does that have to do with the subject areas in my Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency? Well, there are many in our community who believe that those who are working to create a more sustainable future for our beloved Cayman Islands are trying to stop development, stop roads, and stop progress. They are simply working to get in the way of things that are good for our people. I can't speak for the position or rationale that was taken previously from the ministerial seat of this ministry, but as I said to the staff and students of UCCI just a few days ago at their Sustainable UCCI workshop, sustainability is one of those words that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. The concept of sustainability that this government is talking about in the strategic policy statement is about balancing our economy, our society, and our environment, so we can ensure that the long-term success of our people, our institutions, and our islands are looked after. This, Mr. Speaker, is not only sustainability, but also sustainable economic growth. This is where we as a government look at creating programs to address our social ills, coupled with measuring the rate we choose to grow our economy, while simultaneously developing training programs to ensure that our people are not left behind. And yes, Mr. Speaker, importantly, we need to ensure that while our country grows, we are not compromising our environment in the process. Let's face it, there were many other opportunities for decisions to have been made in the past to ensure that Caymanians were not left out or left behind in our own country. And we all know that. The burdens our own people are carrying today is not because of anything other than a failure to balance the needs of our own people along with balancing the growth and development of our country. Before I move past this point of balancing growth and development, I want to give an assurance to all of the water sports operators that as Minister, I've already started looking at implementing the recommendations that were made under Private Member Motion 4 of 2022-2023. My very first attempt to file a motion, which was cut short due to having to take the chair. I'd now like to thank the elected member for West Bay West for moving the motion and the elected member for Bordentown East for seconding the motion. This Honourable House resolved that government considers placing a moratorium on the granting of new wildlife interaction zone licenses until such time as the task force has reported its findings back to the government. However, I have been reliably informed that to impose a moratorium, legislative changes may be required. I give a commitment that this is a priority for me, and in the interim, I will establish a task force on North Sound water sports operations within Q1 of 2024, while working on the requirements to make legislative changes to place a moratorium on the granting of the WIS license. This too aligns with sustainability, ensuring that we are not oversaturating our Stingray City and Sandbar, which poses a safety element for our people and our precious stingrays. Equally important is making sure that the very people that built this industry are given a fair opportunity in the market. As I move on, I would like to ask the members here today to think about which of your constituents rely on their backyard farm, or like what I have in my district, those that rely on those tight fishing lines to make up the grocery shortfall to put food on the table. Think about those who cannot afford to run their AC because the cost of electricity is just too high. Think about the children, adults, senior citizens, and persons with disabilities. those with the roofs that have tires and blocks holding down the patches of zinc. And as the minister said earlier, I got a phone call this morning too of a leaking roof. Think about those whose yards flood even after the slightest downpour. Again, we see this a lot in my constituency, and I'd like to go on record to thank the Minister for Infrastructure who has started his stormwater management plan, which is providing results, albeit it's a bit slow. It's a slow process, but as a sailor, I can appreciate that some journeys are longer than others. Mr. Speaker, with that context provided, I now ask each member, which of your constituents are going to be the most impacted the next time we have a hurricane? Which ones are going to suffer the most because of the changes in rainfall patterns that we are already seeing? Which ones are not going to be able to flush their toilets when the next king tide happens? Which of those will be most at risk to heat stroke when the temperatures skyrocket in the summer months? Mr. Speaker, our own scientists, the ones working for the Cayman Islands government, who are almost all Caymanians themselves, are telling us that the temperatures are going up, that the sea is rising, that hurricanes are getting more intense, that we are seeing less rainfall overall, but that the rainstorms are more intense when they do happen. And they are telling us that if we want to protect our people, their homes, and their jobs, that we need to start doing things differently. Sustainability is so much more than just the environment, Mr. Speaker. It is about economic success that benefits everyone. It is about a safe, clean, and connected community that are accessible to everyone. And it's about clean energy that everyone can afford. It's about quality education for every learner, no matter their age or ability. And underpinning all of those things is a healthy, vibrant, natural world. When we do not protect our environment, it is our people who suffer. And we cannot afford not to do this, sir. However, Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Sustainability, I also recognize that the most important and valuable endangered species that exist in the Cayman Islands are the Caymanians. We must ensure that as a government, as government members, and certainly as ministers, in any capital project that we undertake and any cabinet decision that is made, we come back to this decision. How will this impact the lives of the Caymanian people? Will our decision affect their natural habitat? What are we doing to ensure that no action we take or allowed to be taken diminishes the quality of life and future opportunities for Caymanians? Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we must establish policies that enhance the quality of life and opportunities for our own people. Mr. Speaker, another important asset in the Cayman Islands, according to the 2020 Cayman Islands ecosystem accounts, is the natural services provided by our seagrasses, our mangrove wetlands, our coral reefs, our arable lands, and our ancient forests have a partial value of $3 billion. This includes $309 million worth of carbon dioxide stored by our wetlands and forests, $112 million worth of coastal protection, $943 million worth of tourism added value, $51 million worth of recreation, subsistence, and small-scale commercial fishing, and $297 million worth of livestock and arable land production. To everyone listening, please remember that figure, a partial value of $3 billion, and consider that the ministry's proposed budget amounts to less than 0.5% of the ecosystem services it is responsible for safeguarding. Less than 0.5%. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's budget is focused on improving the success and longevity of our people, our institutions, and our islands. through three key policy areas: energy, equality, and environment. These policy areas directly support climate resiliency and sustainable development, which the 2024-2026 Strategic Policy Statement recognizes as being essential to helping future-proof our country and improving the quality of life for Caymanians. Energy is a key priority area for my ministry. We will continue to explore solutions for sustainable and renewable energy. Nevertheless, we will balance that against the immediate and ongoing need to ensure that we are providing energy in the most cost-effective manner possible. Equality is a key priority area because inequality anywhere is a threat to peace and prosperity everywhere. Inequality and inequity between genders, between ages, and between people of differing abilities hinders us from unblocking the full potential of all our people to be healthy, happy, productive members of our communities through all stages of our lives. And our environment is a key priority area because our ecosystems are fundamental to every aspect of life on our islands, and because healthy, vibrant, natural habitats can help shield our people's lives and livelihoods from the worst impacts of global environmental change. We have aligned the strategic goals for the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency for the 2024 to 2026 budget period with these three key policy areas of energy, equality, and environment. Energy, Mr. Speaker. I will start with the policy area of energy because even though temperatures have tailed off from the summer months, our electricity bills have not. When the electricity cost and fuel peaked in 2022, the PAC government spent millions of dollars to lessen the economic burden on our people. While necessary to protect our people from the brunt of these cost increases, at the end of the day, it still was the people's money that was used to offset these costs. Public funds that could have been prioritized in other urgently needed areas. And even with that support, we have to acknowledge that these subsidies were only band-aids and temporary fixes. And while important and appreciated, they did not help to address the root cause of the matter or create sustained benefit. Even after these subsidies, many people were still facing hundreds of dollars worth of electricity bills. Money that I am sure those families would have gladly rather put towards other aspects of their lives. In my constituency of West Bay Central, many of my constituents did not even get to benefit from this attempt to offset cost. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the volatility of global fuel markets and the vulnerabilities in our supply chain that contributed to these spikes in the cost of electricity mean that it is imperative that we continue to explore solutions for sustainable and affordable energy. And I don't have to remind anyone in this honorable House that not being able to keep the lights on, the fridge running, and the house cool is not just an inconvenience. Especially with the temperatures rising, it is a serious threat to human health and safety, particularly for those with young children and older persons or family members with chronic illnesses or disabilities who rely on medical devices. If we are to make headway in reducing the cost of electricity on our people in the long term, we need to be actively facilitating the shift towards majority renewable energy paired with improved energy efficiency in residences, businesses, and government-owned buildings. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, in collaboration with many other key stakeholders in the public and private sectors, have made significant strides in this policy area over the past 2 years. and the budget contains funds to ensure this vital work is able to continue. One important example of this work was the ministry's efforts in conjunction with the Energy Policy Council to complete the 5-year review of the National Energy Policy 2017 to 2037 and develop a draft updated National Energy Policy 2023 to 2050 and implementation plan. These important documents went out for public consultation earlier this year, and the ministry's energy policy team is looking forward to sharing these documents with the UPM administration as soon as possible. I also intend to meet with the opposition members to seek their feedback, as the Leader of the Opposition made contributions earlier today that should not be overlooked, and the only way to get the policy right is when a collaborative approach is taken. The draft updated National Energy Policy proposes new national targets for renewable energy, electric vehicles, and greenhouse gas emissions. These targets will bring Cayman in line with other comparable jurisdictions and help accelerate our transition to a greener energy future. The ministry's budget, therefore, includes funds to support the implementation of the updated National Energy Policy once approved. Simultaneously, the ministry has been actively pursuing programs and initiatives to improve energy efficiency in local homes, businesses, and government-owned buildings through efforts that include the European grant-funded Cayman Islands Government Energy Efficient Program, the Cayman Home Energy Efficient Retrofits, also referred to as CHAIR, and the Do-It-Yourself Energy Audit Public Awareness Campaign. The Cayman Islands Government Energy Efficient Program, funded through a grant from RESIMBID, is particularly impactful because it will facilitate energy efficiency improvements and retrofits for both existing public sector buildings and National Housing Development Trust homes, training to build capacity locally, establish minimum energy efficiency standards for new builds, and assess the best financing mechanisms to support the retrofit of additional public sector buildings and homes. As a part of this program, energy audits were recently conducted on 13 government-owned buildings, including the one we are in right now. I won't make you try to guess how much energy this building uses per year. I know that I couldn't believe the figure when I saw it. More than 1 million kilowatt hours per year. This was higher than any of the 12 other government buildings audited under the program. But I also think that it's a reflection of the fact that this building and its staff continually work quietly behind the scenes. Needless to say, our House of Parliament is at the top of the list to undergo energy efficiency retrofits as a part of this program. Now that the energy audits have been completed for both the selected government buildings and NHDT homes, my ministry looks forward to sharing more details on the proposed retrofits and the planned improvements to a selection of pre-existing government-built affordable homes in the coming weeks. Important to note is that this grant funding program is just the beginning. The lessons learned from these pilot programs to retrofit 3 government buildings and 10 NHDT homes will help us design programs to do much, much more and have an even more significant impact. I'm also looking forward to seeing this program rolled out later, hopefully in my own constituency, where NHDT homes are also due to be constructed, and I'm sure the minister will speak to that when he delivers his address. Therefore, the ministry budget includes funds to develop, adopt, and implement programs, policies, and educational campaigns to support greater energy efficiency in new construction and existing residential and public sector buildings. Mr. Speaker, I hope this brief overview has provided members and the listening public with a greater clarity on why the transition to renewable energy and greater efficiency is important, and how our proposed budget and strategic goals serve to further these aims that will benefit our economy, national security, and the health and well-being of our people. Equality. Mr. Speaker, our people are at the heart of this United People's Movement. At the end of the day, our efforts to make Cayman's energy sector more sustainable are directly linked to the positive outcomes for our people, and so are our efforts under the policy of equality. As the ministry's portfolio now includes gender affairs as a policy area, the budget also includes funds for the provision of administrative, research, analytical services to the Gender Equality Tribunal. According to the 2021 census, the population of our islands is 49.3% female. Our highest population growth rates occurred in the 65 and older age groups. So ensuring that our legislation, our policies, and our programs work for people of different genders, of different ages, and of different abilities is clearly an issue of increasing importance. What does it mean for our economy that the fastest growing age demographic of our population is over the age of retirement? What does it mean for our health services that more than 100 people out of every 1,000 has an illness related to a disability? And what does it mean for our community when half the population is at greater risk of sexual violence? As I said earlier, inequality between people of different genders, ages, and abilities prevents us from unlocking the full potential of our people to be healthy, happy, and productive members of our society. The ministry's budget therefore includes funds to support the review and revision of the national policy on gender equity and equality, in addition to the implementation of the Sexual Harassment Act once passed in Parliament. The Gender Affairs Policy Team will continue to work collaboratively with government agencies, committees, and non-governmental organizations to raise awareness and recognition that equality between gender, age, and ability is a cross-cutting theme that must be considered by each sector and integrated into the projects and programs of each ministry. Mr. Speaker, I hope this summary makes it clear that issues of inequality affect everyone in our community. Making our policies, our economy, and our physical space more accessible to these individuals does not just benefit them directly who are impacted, it also makes the lives for everyone in our community better. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak a bit about the environment. And as I said before, people are at the heart of this administration and budget, and our natural world underpins every aspect of life on our islands and protects our people's lives and livelihoods from the worst impacts of global environmental change. The protection of our beautiful beaches, of our coral reefs, of our mangroves, our rocky forests, our bluff cliffs, our ponds, and our caves will benefit everyone in our community, not just today, but for generations to come. And our people know this. In the last call for protected area nominations, the National Conservation Council received 89 nominations from individuals, nonprofits, landowners, and realtors. Mr. Speaker, the process for protecting land under the National Conservation Act is completely driven by the people of the Cayman Islands. They are speaking up and telling us which areas of our islands are special to them and which ones they believe future generations should be able to enjoy exactly how we're able to enjoy them now. The ministry's budget also takes into account our people's calls for more protected areas. The community outrage expressed whenever there is an act of poaching, as there was recently, when more than 40 pounds of conchs were taken from the Barker's Marine Park, and the level of community support expressed to implement the climate change policy once approved, and to increase sustainability and climate resiliency in our approach to development. Importantly, the budget also includes provisions to continue our efforts to enhance biosecurity in collaboration with the Ministry and Department of Agriculture, and address the threat of alien invasive species. Over the years, the Cayman Islands government has had spent millions of dollars worth of public funds to tackle the spread of destructive invasive species like green iguanas and lionfish. The National Conservation Act Alien Species Regulations, approved in 2022, are an important milestone in our efforts to ensure our native and indigenous animals and plants are not at risk from other imported threats. The ministry's budget also includes funds to support the administration of environmental legislation, multi-agency response to marine pollution such as oil spills, and other key management and assessment services administered by the Ministry and Department of Environment. The Regen Project. The ministry took the lead on this project and the negotiations in 2021, and both sides of the project are continuing to work diligently to iron out the handful of remaining conditions precedents still to be agreed. Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the members of this House that the United People's Movement is thoroughly committed to seeing this important national project through to completion. We are equally committed to ensuring that this deal is the best it can be for the people of the Cayman Islands. For Regen to be truly the future of sustainable waste management in the Cayman Islands, it needs to be affordable now and in the long term. As we continue to finalize negotiations for this important project, our main priority will be ensuring that Regen delivers all of the intended benefits to our economy, society, and environment without placing undue financial burden on our people. Mr. Speaker, this budget also has an allocation for the completion of Phase 1 of the remediation project. As everyone knows, I am new to this ministry and still familiarizing myself with this project. The Leader of the Opposition made mention of the deadline of 30 November being missed. For the avoidance of doubt, I want to make it known that this had nothing to do with this new government formation. Rather, as previously mentioned, condition precedents are still being finalized. As a new minister, I have already identified that there is a dire need for improved communications between the CIG project team, the minister, and cabinet, and I give the assurance to do just that, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to give an assurance to all who hear me today. This project will get my full attention, and I will do everything in my power to ensure that this is indeed value for money. This project is the largest in terms of expenditure that the government has ever undertaken. It has to be done right, and it has to benefit the people of the Cayman Islands. I will accept nothing less than that, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague Minister Bryan noted in his Earth Day message earlier this year, caring for the environment has always been a part of the ethos of the Caymanian heritage. This is a sentiment I strongly agree with. I believe Caymanians were practicing the values of sustainability long before we used that word to describe our actions. And I'm very encouraged by the increasing number of Caymanians who are translating these time-honored values into new and innovative programs and initiatives. They are putting sustainability into practice in everything they do, and they are asking us, the leaders they elected to represent them, to listen to them, and to lead by example. From the students of UCCI who are supporting the Sustainable UCCI initiative, to the young Caymanian entrepreneurs who are leading the way on eco-friendly cutlery, to our local farmers who are embracing restorative agriculture practices, and to our developers and designers who are incorporating sustainable design into their construction and retaining our native trees and plants in their landscaping. In my own constituency, I'm planning to tap into a nature's bounty with the Serenity Garden that will act as a community resource for everyone who calls West Bay Central home, supplying both nourishing food and green open space, which is so important to supporting mental health and emotional well-being. But once again, I want to reiterate that sustainability is not just about the environment. In addition to the roles we are representing here today, I know many of the honorable members of this House are parents like me. And as a proud Caymanian and proud mom, I believe we have a responsibility to the next generation to do our part to embrace sustainability and put it into practice in everything that we do. Sustainability in its truest sense is about the longevity of our people, our institutions, and our islands. In addition to protecting our environment, sustainability is about our economy. It is about our communities and about making sure that all of our people are able to live happy, healthy, meaningful lives, to be productive members of our society and have their diverse needs met. And in its truest sense, it is about improving the lives of our Caymanians. So as sustainability brings together those key pillars, environment, economy, and society, and tells us that the only way we can build a firm foundation for our islands is if we balance all three. Mr. Speaker, it's not just about climate change. Every single ministry must be focused on sustainability, and a cross-ministry approach is required if we intend to address it. Every piece of legislation, every policy, every program, and every initiative that each ministry takes or plans to undertake is designed to support our people now and in the future. I want to close out my remarks by going back to something I said when I was last on the dais. At the end of the day, decisions that are being made should be made based on what is in the best interest of the country and the best interest of the people of the Cayman Islands. Doing what is right is not always easy, Mr. Speaker, and as long as I'm a member of Parliament, that is what I remain committed to doing. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the United People's Movement for their support of the Ministry's proposed budget, and to the Honourable Premier for her leadership, which has enabled us to be here today to present this budget and meet our financial obligations to the people of the Cayman Islands. I'm proud to be here representing the constituents of West Bay Central and the District of West Bay and the Cayman Islands, also my ministry and the people in this government. And as I close, I'd like to just take a moment to implore all of those who are listening to have a Merry Christmas. My wish for all of the people who reside in the Cayman Islands is that you have a holiday season that reflects the old-time Caymanian Christmas, a Christmas celebrated as if it was many years ago, at a time when we had less, fewer gifts, and the joys came from a yard of fresh white sand, conch shells, wheat willow trees, and perhaps some fresh white paint. And although those Christmases were long before my time, Mr. Speaker, an old-time Caymanian Christmas is what we all need. Less hustle and bustle, less focus on material presents, and more time and fellowship being present with our families and our friends. And lastly, but most importantly, may we all remember that the reason for the season is the birth of God's Son Jesus, who came to give us love, hope, and joy. And this is certainly a season worth celebrating. I thank you for an opportunity to present my ministry's budget allocations today, Mr. Speaker, And I thank the good people of West Bay Central for entrusting me to be here today, and for my family and for my committee and constituency staff, who I couldn't do this without their support. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I think we've had 7 speeches today. 8? 8. Well, we didn't do much today, but tomorrow we're going to give it hell. Madam Premier, may I call on you to move the adjournment till 10 o'clock tomorrow?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honorable House until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
The question is that this House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.